So.
We got YouTube on? Okay.
I can explain this.
Okay.
Okay, showtime.
You can get to yes.
Showtime.
I look for it in the
Class.
But it's shredded preschool teachers do, they look, and then we all go.
If my reference is Sister Mary Elkins, I'm in trouble, and that's what it is, so, sorry. Okay, I call to order the committee of the whole meeting, board meeting at 7 p.m. on Thursday, the 7th of March, 2024, and ask for roll call in the boardroom of Oak Park River High School.
Mr. Brisbane.
Here.
Dr. Maharaj.
Here.
Mr. Arkin.
Here.
Ms. Williams Lee. Here. Dr. Livingston.
Here.
Mr. Greenholz.
Here.
And Mr. Costi.
Here. I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including having hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employer or against legal counsel of the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. And collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. Roll call, please.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Ms. Williams Lee. Yes. Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Greenholz.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Costi.
Yes. We are resuming. Hello. Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Okay, we are resuming open session and our first order of business is public comment. So read this. Please limit public comment concerning matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education to 3 minutes. This section is not intended to be a dialogue with the Board of Education, and any questions expect a response time of up to 2 weeks. Lisa, what do we have?
We have 8 in-person public comments and 2 to be read into the minutes.
Okay. We will begin public comment. We'll give you a 15-second shout out if we're running to time, and we're going to stay to time because we have a full agenda and a full 30 minutes of public comment. So who's first, please?
First speaker for tonight is Ms. Stephanie Rath.
That's me. Where do I go? Right here to the podium.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Just push the button, so go.
We should be already on.
It's on.
Is the light green?
It's green.
You're good?
Y'all can hear me, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Rath. I am a resident of River Forest and I have 2 children at school. And I have been a member of the community council for the last 1.5 years and would like to say that it's been really helpful. My family's new to the area and new to the school, so it's been a really helpful forum to learn about all of the happenings at the school on important topics like curriculum or wellness, et cetera. I have very much appreciated the time investment from the administration and the staff and the teachers to come and stay and speak with us in the meetings. And I also very much appreciate the leadership of Mark and Kara and Michelle who are here, who've brought some really good structure to the committee this year that I think has been very well received. I think one downside would be that at times discussion, we may only have time to get to 1 or 2 people's questions. And I wish we could hear more from the whole group because I think, people have very broad and diverse views on many things. And I know that the board, it sounds like the administration is looking at all committees of this type to make sure they're all really productive and useful. And in that vein, I would certainly support a kind of rethink or reestablishment of the role and function of this committee so it can really be productive for both the community members involved as well as for the administration in terms of helpful, conversations that are useful. So I guess in summary, I think it's been a great forum. Hats off to everyone who's a part of making it work. And I certainly think there's quite a lot of merit and could continue to be in arming community members and parents with helpful information that allows us to be advocates for the school in the broader community. So thank you for my comments.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sarah Hicks.
Hi, Sarah Hicks. I also live in River Forest. I have 2 students at the high school, a senior and a freshman. And I'm also here to talk about the community council and talk in favor of it. This is the first year I've been on the community council. I found it to be very helpful. I wanted to share one thing in particular, one meeting in particular that was very helpful for me was earlier in the year, Principal Parker gave us a presentation on safety. And coming from my experience at the high school, as everybody who has kids that is my age, was the same. My son started school remotely, so I didn't get into high school for a couple of years. Really wasn't feeling normal till really almost last year. So it was really helpful for her to go over everything. She did a really nice presentation, went through all of the data in terms of the safety numbers from past years, what each number meant. All the great changes that they had made in terms of hiring new security guards, and subsequently what happened to the numbers after that time. And it was very enlightening for me because until I went to this meeting, I was under the impression that there was a fight at the school every day. If not more than one fight at school every day, because that's what I had heard in the community. That's what my kids had told me at home. I didn't know any different. And that after hearing the presentation, I realized that it's not anywhere close to that. And so that was really helpful for me. It's helpful for me. Then I can also go into the community and have some nice discussions with other parents about what I know. And also I can talk to my kids about that. So I really feel like the community council is helpful. I do feel like there's always room for improvement. If there's something that can be changed that would make it more productive for both the administration, and the parents and the other community members that are there, I'm definitely open to hearing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ms. Michelle Su.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Oops, sorry. Hi, good evening. I have been part of community council for about 3 years now. And I just want to let you know that we are a pretty diverse group. I mean, it's a group of members of the community of different ages, ethnicities, genders. We have I would say like most of the people do have kids at community college that go to OPRF, but we also have people that are just really interested in their community and don't have kids at OPRF or have had kids that have graduated from OPRF. Aside from parents, we also have a senior that doesn't have a child. We also have a young adult that is part of a local church group and he's interested in knowing what's going on at the high school. And I would also say that our board, or our leader, is a diverse group. Like Mark, Karen, and I, come from different ethnicities, lived in a community like south, east, north. And you can't tell by looking at me, but I was born and raised in Central America, and I immigrated here as an adult. So, we will continue our efforts in trying to keep community council diverse as we are open and welcome to anyone that wants to volunteer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ms. Zakara.
Yes.
Carmen.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kara Carmody and I am an Oak Park resident. I have lived in this community for almost 50 years and I am a graduate of Oak Park High School along with my husband and all of our siblings. Over the years, I helped Dan Wallman create the cell phone policy. I presented at Parent University. I volunteered for the boys soccer, basketball, and baseball teams. I volunteered for the Booster Club and I volunteered for the girls softball and field hockey teams. I've been a member of the community council for the past 2 years and I'm one of the co-leaders this year. In all my years of service, I've had positive experiences until now. I was shocked, saddened, and confused by the comments made at the February 22nd board meeting by past members of the community council who now serve as D200 school board members. I'm here to share some thoughts about the community council that were not discussed the other week. To hear that we do not have a mission or purpose was shocking to me. We have always had a clear defined mission purpose. One is to encourage community and parent awareness of the high school and understanding of school issues and needs. This year, we discussed topics such as safety, 100-year anniversary of OPRF, 5 essential survey results, freshman and math curriculum, and sports culture. The second part of our mission, 2, which is to provide an interchange of ideas among members of the council and provide a forum for discussing community concerns with the OPRF school administration. The superintendent has been instrumental in helping plan the topics for all of our meetings this year and has been very enthusiastic about them. In fact, the 3 leaders of the community council just met with him last month to finalize the year and he had nothing but positive feedback about the council going forward. Our meetings have been respectful and people have been able to ask questions and the OPRF administration and staff have provided insightful presentations that have led to meaningful discussions. I was confused by the comments that we no longer represent the OPRF community accurately. Additionally, it was stated that we are not diverse enough. While we understand that concern, and we want to make it as diverse as possible, we are a volunteer organization. We have no control over who signs up for community council. In fact, as clearly stated in our bylaws, members shall be appointed by the Board of Education and nominated by the superintendent. We welcome diversity, but the council has no control over its members. We were told by Audrey Williams-Lee that members of the community council are also not socioeconomically diverse enough. When asked to know how the socioeconomic status of council members, Audrey told us the board has data to prove that. We are hoping you can share this data with us at our next meeting. In conclusion, I'm sad that this information I just shared with you was not shared at the February 2nd board meeting. I'm also sad that these board members chose not to communicate their concerns about community council directly to the council over the past 7 months. At each meeting, we asked if there are any concerns or anything people want to ask. None of these concerns were ever shared at any of our meetings this year. I hope that it is now clear to all of you that we absolutely have a well-defined mission and purpose and are 100% following it. We have bylaws that were amended in 2017, which is less than 10 years ago. We have updated our current meeting format this year to accommodate, administration and staff. We changed the meeting date and start time. We offered refreshments. We welcomed 24 new members. So this notion that we are still a dog and pony show like the old council with the usual suspects is not only untrue and misleading, but it is insulting. I'm proud of the work the council has done this year, and I hope it can continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, and please forgive me if I mess up your name, Janissa Rama. I know I messed it up because he laughed.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Janissa Rama. I live in Oak Park, parent of 2 kids at OPRF, a freshman and a junior. I'm here to talk about the council as well. It's my first year on the council. My first year really being engaged in a whole lot of like school things, getting emails. I found the council to be pretty cool. The topics are interesting. They're relevant. You know, having 2 kids here. You know, the curriculum, the safety, the wellness. You know, having a deep dive about some of the improvements that are going on in high school have been interesting. But I think probably the thing that I find I guess most beneficial is the access to the administration, the dialogue, the ability to ask questions, get some answers, not just on the policies itself, but some of the thoughts behind them. That's been very useful. So yeah, overall, I found it a good experience. I don't know, have not been a part of the council in the past, so I don't know what it was in the past. I'll be frank, until very recently, I didn't know the charter. I've read the charter, and it seems like you know, from the experience of having several meetings, you know, the council following the charter, and following the convention. So I'm an advocate for it. If there's more efficiency that needs to be gained in terms of how it's produced and documentation that's produced, I would think that everyone is up for that. You know, sure, it takes time for the administrators or those who come and present, but yeah, I don't know if it can be reimagined or talk about efficiency or things like that. I would hope that would be the path to go as opposed to eliminating the council altogether. It's been very useful. I'm more engaged first with the school board meeting, and I'm only here as a result of the council. I'm only engaged in some of the things. So, yeah, thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker was Jenna Jacobson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jenna Levin Jacobson. I live in Oak Park. I work in River Forest. I'm a parent of 2, and I am a lead for our local Moms Demand Action Group. I wanted to thank you for the care you took in drafting what is referred to on the agenda documents both as safe storage policy and secure gun policy. I'm grateful to the board members, mostly Tim and Graham, who did the work to bring this effort forward. I would appreciate the board considering the following in your discussion and revision of the drafted policy. First, consider referencing the Village of Oak Park Secure Firearms Storage Ordinance. Citing the existing code would provide a more complete picture of what is legally expected in Oak Park. Likewise, the draft as currently written does not provide an explanation of secure storage best practices, having the firearm locked, unloaded with the ammunition locked separately so the firearm is inaccessible to anyone other than its legal owner. Second, and this is admittedly nitpicky, especially because there are many reputable sources, including legislation that use the term safe storage, I recommend consistently using secure storage, secure firearm storage, secure gun storage, because a gun by its nature is not safe. Furthermore, we're aiming to keep the gun secure and our D200 students and staff safe. The draft relies too heavily, in my opinion, on the discretion of the superintendent to determine dissemination of secure firearm storage information. While the avenues listed, student handbook, annual registration materials, appropriate annual communication are all fine. I would also add Suicide Awareness Month and any communication about lockdowns, either drills or the Secure and Teach protocol like we had on February 14th. of this year. I hope the final version of this policy makes the duty of administrators more explicit. We cannot know how intentional any future superintendent will be about prioritizing gun violence prevention. And like our students, we all do better when expectations are clear. Given that the U.S. Department of Education has taken action on secure firearm storage by sending letters to school principals, encouraging them to communicate with parents, families, caregivers, and the broader community about how secure gun storage can protect students in school and their communities, perhaps the principal's role should also be outlined in this policy. 4, the drafted text suggests that specific materials have not yet been developed. As you know, the Village of Oak Park Department of Public Health, as well as our Be Smart for Kids campaign, has readily available resources. And thank you to the team that has published these resources on the OPRF-HS school website. The U.S. Department of Education also has issued new communication templates that school leaders can use to engage with parents and families about the importance of secure firearm storage and encourage more people to take preventative action by securely storing firearms. The U.S. Department of Justice is also releasing a comprehensive guide to safe storage, see they use that term, in order to provide subject matter expertise on different types of storage devices and best practices for safely storing firearms. The DOJ also announced new grant funds available through its Stop School Violence program for schools to promote awareness of safe storage, an avenue for funding to support your work, all of our work. Parents and volunteer advocates in this community are your partners in this work. Thank you again for all you did to put this resolution policy and for the time you will take tonight to discuss.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Ross Isuzo.
Good evening. My name is Ross Lasuzo. I'm a longtime resident of the Park River Forest community. I'm a parent of a past and present Husky. I have volunteered on the community council for the last 4 years, and I'm also a alum. I support the previous comments from my fellow community council members, particularly our leadership. But I want to add a few thoughts of my own. Please tell our community that the board has more important issues to attend to than trying to discredit a well-intended parent-led community committee by misleading the public into believing the community council lacks a purpose, which it definitely has, or that it doesn't add value to the OPRF community, which I think you heard here tonight. During the February 22nd board meeting, a few board members stated very clearly that the community council lacked a purpose and seemed directionless, among other not so flattering descriptions. Because the superintendent, who was intimately involved in the functioning and planning of the community council, unfortunately did not clarify their purpose, I thought it would be helpful to read the community council's purpose into the public record. The community council's purpose is to encourage community and parent awareness of the high school and understanding of school issues and needs. To provide for interchange of ideas among members of the council and to provide a forum for discussing community concerns with the Oak Park and River Forest High School administration. To be available to the Board of Education for the purpose of advice, discussion, and study. I've been on it 4 years, I don't think I've been asked. To be available for the administration in regards to any issue which they might care to bring to the council for consideration. I believe the broader OPRF community realizes exactly what is happening. There is a parent-based committee that asks too many questions or is too critical of the leaders. The school feels it can no longer, or the school feels it can no longer control the messaging coming out of the group. The school will try to suspend their support, which happened on the 22nd, or try to cancel such groups altogether. It's really disappointing. Ironically and sadly, this is happening at the exact place, a school, a place of learning, where critical thinking and diversity of thought should be celebrated and not threatened. Trying to walk this issue back or gaslighting our community by suggesting that's not what happened on the 22nd only solidifies what is occurring, I think, throughout this school. Respectfully, I would ask this board to please first consider looking inward regarding the district's own purpose and the impact it is having on students' academic outcomes and the achievement gap before unfairly criticizing a parent volunteer group. Ironically, some in our community believe the purpose of OPRF should be the one that's being examined. Maybe less politics, maybe less activism, maybe less dividing students into groups, and more math, more reading, more science, more community, more spirit, and more critical thinking, not less. In closing, we can and should do better to create true community. I have one more sentence if you would oblige me. One way to do this is by inviting more volunteers to participate, not less. We should not be criticizing or canceling those who simply see things differently. Progress requires more perspective, not less.
Thank you.
Our last speaker for tonight is Mr. Mark Jackson.
Good evening, my name is Mark Jackson. I'm a resident of Oak Park since 2010. I have two children at OPRF, freshman and senior. My first introduction to community council was about 4 years ago. In a conversation with a current member. I was being recruited because they were looking to add diversity to the council. They thought I might fit the bill. So we had a great conversation and invited me to some meetings before I became a member. The first meetings that I went to really opened my eyes. They're incredible. Gave me a look at the administration, the challenges, opportunities, and efforts that the school district is going through, not only just D200, but D90 and 97. The presentations at those meetings educated me through a diverse number of topics that uncovered unexpected viewpoints of the board to consider and allowed me to have informed discussions with families and friends. I never knew the topic of a school swimming pool could cause so much emotion. And it allowed me to really understand and get a feel for the breadth and the passion for the community and the school. But those meetings inspired me to pay more attention to ongoings in the village and eventually to get to know and support candidates for trustee with the village. This is what the community council did for me. It got me off the sidelines to become more involved in our community. And that's why the community council is important. It's uniquely positioned to invite conversation not only with friends and neighbors, but also with representatives of 3 different school districts and the D200 superintendent. That creates more informed people in the community, which is what we need. As Roz mentioned, its mission is to provide and interchange ideas and offer a forum for discussing community concerns with local administration. And this speaks to the fabric of the community. And being the creation of the Board of Education is intended to be available to the administration as a sounding board for any issues or initiatives you care to implement. It's my understanding that the board is exploring ways to improve communication between certain socioeconomic groups in the community. The community council is an arrow in your quiver. Together, we can test new ideas, collect instant feedback, and pivot as needed. That's the purpose of the community council, to work in concert with D200, to align with and promote your goals. At the February 22nd board meeting, the question was asked, should the board continue its relationship with community council? Instead, I suggest the question should be, how does D200 use the community council to achieve their goals? Because I believe that together, we can draw others similar to me off the sidelines. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Kowski, that concludes tonight's in-person's public comments.
And you mentioned there's 2 to be written in, correct?
Yes, and none via Zoom.
Thank you. Okay. What we're gonna do from an agenda standpoint, we have 1, which is just approval of the minutes. Let me deal with that, and then we're gonna make a little shift here. So I have moved to approve the February 28th, 2024 committee, the whole minutes as presented. Are there any corrections, adjustments that need to be made? Okay, then all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Oh, second. Second, okay.
Thank you.
What we're gonna do now is we have a number of things that are in discussion from a governance standpoint, and we're gonna break it up in the course of this meeting. This is just connecting the dots from prior committee meetings, just to make sure we're keeping going. So the first segment from a governance standpoint is to talk about our committee responsibilities, where we left it last time, just to keep that ball moving. And then we're gonna break into, and then we'll cover a few other governance questions at the end of our finance section. So with that said, when we met when was it? Last meeting? Okay, last meeting. 22. We were continuing the process of evaluating how we do our work and how we can be most effective in the various organizations that we are involved in. And so we did kind of a run by the myriad of different committees, board committees, government agencies, board liaison roles, and went through them. And from that, there was some some good comments of things, of pieces of information that were missing, that would be needed for us to really assess what we need to do and how we can best use our time. So I took the collective comments of the group, which included for each one of these organizations, providing the goal is to have the information so that we know what is expected of us, what we're expecting of those who we're partnering with, et cetera. And I put together what Miriam, we had talked about, kind of a one-pager, right? Mm-hmm. That would be, in this case, 20 one-pagers, because there are 20 different organizations currently, committees and or liaison roles. So what I wanted to do was just kind of check back in and say, and provide an opportunity. Is there anything in what was kind of outlined? I want the feedback with the understanding then that we would begin gathering that information, which includes what the missions are, what the who the participants are, et cetera, so that we have a full set of information upon which we can then make decisions and say, which is the best use of our resource as a board, not saying that we will discontinue things that are not, that are parents or other organizations, but it's really about how we as a board are trying to utilize our time and expectations. So with that said, I open it up to others on any thoughts and feedback on where we are and what next steps need to occur to keep moving forward in this area.
And so I like to do the one pagers, and so I think it'll be very helpful as we go forth and get these filled out and go through our assessment process. I do want to speak a bit to community council, just given the comments and the things that we, are expecting at the last meeting and what we're hearing this meeting.
Please.
So I do. And so, we've had some conversations with the leadership of community council. So with Carol Carmody, Mark Jackson, Michelle Sue, so Tim, myself, and Greg, Dr. Johnson. And I do want to start by saying we need to apologize to the community council leadership, because we learned that our comments were taken as being a negative view or taken as being somehow negative commentary under leadership. And I just want to clarify that it's not about their leadership. It really is. We appreciate everything they do, as well as past community council members, because we have had this group around for a very long time. And as we talked about our governance and started thinking about the different community and parent organizations that we have, as you're shared, we're trying to review roles and purposes and just really understand how they align with our strategic priorities, and where does our board and administration spend their time most effectively. So that's what our primary purpose has been. And the community council was established in 1968, and it has really played a role in our POM strategy, and it's been the same since 1968. So when you stop and you really think it's remained essentially unchanged, we are asking the question as to whether we're reaching the right segments of our community. Are we reaching all segments of our community via a representative community council? And is the council that's currently structured representative of our community in terms of making sure that the full community is understanding what's happening at the high school, increasing awareness, and being able to service concerns?
when I think about the population and the comment was made that was, I'll take it as a misunderstanding of what I said about data about socioeconomic. I said, you can probably look at the group that's currently a community council and probably anecdotally find that they're pretty generally the same social, probably all homeowners versus data that we have about members of our community from our community, survey, who are not engaged with the school. And there are voices that are not being heard and voices that need to be heard. And our goal is to make sure we are hearing all the voices of the school. So we've met with Mark, Michelle, and Carol. We'll start these conversations. We'll continue these conversations. And I appreciate the feedback from some of the members tonight around how can we get better. So I think things were extrapolated around, we're definitely going to give it a community council. That's not our intent. Our intent is to question and push. Is this the most effective way to reach our community members who aren't being heard? And so I want to make sure we have that clarification. I don't know, Tim, there's anything you want to add?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, Audrey. I think the only thing that I would add is I'm really grateful for the members of community council who came out tonight. We've been getting emails from current members and past members of community councils who have been suggesting really good ideas. Contributing constructive ideas for not only how council can evolve, but other, as Mark Jackson put it, other arrows that we can have in our quiver, other ways that we can reach the community, things that, actions that we can put around community council to reach our goal, which is to try to be much more effective in reaching the community and getting feedback from the community. So I appreciate the council members coming out, and I hope that we continue to have some positive engagement with council to meet our goals.
Yeah, and it just, she said that really around our goal statement, we really want to connect more effectively, transparently, equitably, and form our community. And so that is really what's driving what we're doing and how my community council contribute to that. And but it's a fair question, from my perspective, to question who is being left out, how do we include them, and are we currently structured in a way that allows us to be equitable in our outreach in our community and to our community.
Great. Thank you. So any other, I guess, questions on, our governance mission here, which is how first we can define, and two, then how we can evaluate the various roles and responsibilities. So I might ask, unless there's any, is that we begin filling out the meat on the bones, which is, providing all of the pertinent information that was in the one pager for the different entities, so that we can all be looking at things through the same lens, get current with things that are not, that should be in front of us. We should have the missions of the different entities that we're working with in front of us as we arm our board members to go and participate. So my ask would be then for the representative today who are associated with these, each one, that if there's that individual is responsible for providing the data that was outlined in the one pager. And if we do that, we'll then have a full set of information upon which to have then a follow-up discussion. Does that make sense to folks?
It makes sense. Can I ask two follow-up questions?
Yeah.
One is logistically, how would you like us to do that? Would you like us to submit it to Lisa or to a person? And what is our due date?
I would like to send it to Lisa because it needs to move, Lisa. And I would say we need to go through a meeting cycle, so I'm gonna say it's gonna take, because you're gonna get together with the organizations. Today is March the 7th. I would say that we wanna have it all kind of outlined by the end of April. I mean, I'm given time because that's cycle, so we have a board meeting on the 28th. 28th minus 4 is 24th of April, 25th of April. And I would like it by that date, at which point vice president of the board Arkin can bring it together, because I'm gonna be in Spain.
Okay, so what was the date again?
24th of April. Okay, good. So that's our next step with that specific item. I would only ask that if in doing this, you come across what you consider something to be very pertinent that wasn't in the list, bring it forth. You know, we forgot to include X, just so that we can, you know, continue to enhance it. And this will be the working document that we'll have. Okay?
Tom, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It seems that there's more that has been added. And I'm trying to understand this. So it's the Imagine Foundation Board, because we really have not had involvement in the Imagine Foundation. They're totally separate entities with their representation.
Well, I've been, as Dr. Johnson has been participating with them, so we have been active.
Yeah, we are not, I guess to clarify that for.
We're not,
anybody.
we're not on that board.
We're not on-
but
that's what
we have been functioning as representatives, at least for that organization.
I'm not sure how that's being, that's hungry, more people, more contacts on the board, before I be there on this board. And, there was also a representation of that before. So I'm trying to put my arms around what it is and what our input we have to that board, other than it being an arm's length.
It's on, but it's to provide an update on any activity associated with our work.
Yeah, and I would add too is, you know, there are donations, certainly, we had 1 weeks ago to come through, and with that, there is a possibility, the board talked about it a year ago, for recognition rights, right? That could possibly go part of that, and that process is very much a joint process, right, between the foundation and the school district, so that is one example where there needs to be some really shared.
Well, I understand there needs to be communication, but I'm just not understanding what our operationally, what our role would be on that, with that board. I mean, it's comparatively to the other boards that we have on this list. Because I see it as a totally separate and autonomous group that we.
I mean, I think as we put the information together, we'll answer your question, okay? Yes.
Is it possible to move the policy discussion up in the agenda? I don't know if there's stuff that needs to happen.
Yeah, no objection on my part. I have no objection, that's it. I'm just trying to cover the ones that, okay, so, that covers our action. And so we'll go back to our agenda and we'll, manipulate it as best we can. Okay, how do I? So we can switch to policy. How's that? Yeah.
I appreciate it.
So we have 2 policies for first read. Policy 52040 and the safe storage policy for first read. So do we want to hit safe storage policy first. How's that for?
Good job reading the room.
Very ended. No, that's good. Okay. So. We have our, wanna handle it?
I can tee it off.
Yeah.
So yes, our policy committee, which is Tim and myself, and other members of our administrative team. And this was right about the time that District 97 was in the midst of discussing. I don't know exactly where they were, but I don't think they had conducted their final vote approving the policy. But I want to take it even a step in front of that as far as the development of this policy and point out that for the past year plus, ever since we've had the IGA with the village and the Oak Park Police Department, our district, along with Districts 97 and representatives from the village, have participated in a tri-agency conversation, a monthly tri-agency meeting to discuss a variety of topics. And I'll use the phrase secure gun storage to keep individuals safe. So the topic of secure gun storage has been something that we've been discussing within that group for over a year. And so what we see drafted here is very similar in a lot of ways to what District 97 kind of led with in our community. And we're really appreciative of them for their efforts. But it also is a product of conversations that we've had in that tri-agency conversation that has included the village and a lot of their communications and so forth. And so this really is using that D97 language that we've been part of to kind of tee off this conversation and see if the board or members of the policy committee have any further suggestions before we would go back and make some revisions and bring it back for a second read and potential approval 2 weeks from tonight. So that's I'll open it up.
Great, thank you. One point I wanted to make for my colleagues on the board is it's sort of subtle, but I think it's an important part of this policy. That is an annual reporting obligation for the superintendent to report to the board what actions have been taken, how safe gun storage, secure gun storage information has been disseminated. I see that as an annual moment for the board to revisit this policy, to revisit our efforts around secure gun storage. And so I think it's actually important, and Audrey and I emphasized to Greg that it would be our expectation that there would be formal reporting every year. It's not something that would sort of be lost in other reports, but that this would be, a moment that was truly noted for the board. So we take this policy up on an annual basis.
And Greg, and I'll attempt that I think for some of the speakers tonight, we have some of the recommendations that we can take to the House Committee and finalize this. Everything from the language, using secure, thinking about the connection to the notice ordinance. So I think we should also look at that as well.
That's right. Okay.
So what I heard you say is that perhaps a bit further refinement and potentially even leveraging some of the expertise that might exist in our community in that refinement. Excellent. Thank you.
That sounds good to me too.
I had a couple questions on this. First, thanks for your work and thanks for the input. I'm glad that we have consulted with the Oak Park public health experts, et cetera, and the more we can be aligned with what our village has in terms of the right ordinance, everything else I think is critical. My specific questions really are, and it does come to the naming, because it's called secure gun storage, but it also talks about other things beyond storage. So I don't know whether that is appropriate. What is really the scope of this? So that was a question, and then there was a second point in here or another point, it says, information shall be provided in the appropriate language for each household. So what does that mean? We have, households that probably are representing many different native tongues. Are we expecting this to be translated into a myriad of languages? What do we mean by that? And what's the expectation? So.
That's not for me, huh?
Well, I mean, it's for follow-up.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. I think we have established practices for this and based off of the home language surveys that families fill out. It isn't necessary. I'll pause there and we'll go and we'll take a look at it. And see
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's
revised, if we can just make sure that our practice.
Language is an issue with most all of our communications. I just want to make sure I understand what that means in the context of this policy.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, those were mine.
Actually, can I ask to Tom's first point, is it's 4171 secure gun storage, is that a subset of a larger thing on firearm information or something like that, or is it a standalone thing?
No, this is a standalone policy.
So it might make some sense to rename like the policy as a whole to, because there is like a little further down, right, you have where is it? It's not only about secure gun storage, right? It's about knowledge around, and help advance gun safety is in there. And I just think some clarification, like, is this a larger policy around firearm safety and then secure storage is a piece of that? Or is this a secure storage policy? So.
Yeah, got that. That's a good point.
Okay. Any further questions? And the expectation, just so, I mean, this is for first read, with the intent that it would come before the board at the end of this month for first read.
Yeah, that's the intent. We'll, there's a lot of suggestions here. We can work on this. We can bring it back for the second read. And then, if there's a need to make other revisions, or continue to, have a crack at it, we can bring it back in 2 weeks and even bring it for a vote special meeting a month from now. Or, at the regular board meeting in April. So we'll have a number of opportunities. This doesn't have to be in that timeline. Right. If we need more time to think and talk and take a look at language, we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of good input here, so I think you've got a framework, but there's some refinement that can be done to get it before we go, recognizing that even then it can be continued to be enhancement to get. Okay, all right, so I think we're settled with that for today, unless there's any further question. So this will come back to us after policy committee gets to.
That's right. I mean, the intent is, and I'll speak a little bit, I think, first, but we'll have something 2 weeks from now.
Oh, yeah.
For the board to look at again.
Whether it's first.
And if it's for a vote, let's go after it,
Yeah.
but it's not, we're gonna get it right.
Yeah, okay, so we'll see it soon. Very good. Okay, and our second policy is the 5240 suspension policy, so.
And if you have any questions about this, I'll ask, let me know, and I'll have Dr. Sanders come up. We have no presentation to get this one, so.
So this is just, we have previously had suspension without pay and we're now instituting the option of suspension with pay.
Yes, we had recommendations, more or less, we had recommendations to change this language so it could cover a more full swath of, eventualities. Roxanne, do you want to say just a few words about how this came to us? Maybe also.
So this policy was recommended to us by our legal advisor. So previously, we couldn't, suspend without pay, an employee who, was recommended for the CSO. So, and it pertains only to professional employees, so it doesn't, we have a separate suspension policy for support personnel. So this policy would allow us in those rare cases, and I wanna stress that it happens very seldom. But when we have an investigation and a decision has been made, but the timing of the board meeting is such, then we have to wait 2 weeks or more. This person would be under current policy on a paid administrative leave or paid suspension. So this would allow us to stop payment and convert suspension into unpaid suspension once we have the results of the investigation.
I'm so sorry, so it's the reverse of what I was asking, you had it with pay, and this is giving me the option to do it without pay. Thank you.
This limits the superintendent's authority to suspend without pay to 10 days, correct? Is that how I read it?
No, it doesn't limit, so great,
That's the way I read it.
And then I would make, say then, that would give them, the superintendent, the opportunity to make a an on the fly minute. Of whatever the incident might be, decision. And then there's 10 days actually for the board to.
10 working days, so 2 weeks.
For the board then to step in and, if it needs to be. More than the board would have authority to go further, right?
Is done, yes, that is correct.
up to 30 days.
Okay.
This is for suspensions both with pay and without pay.
Yes.
Yeah, Roxanne, could you clarify, we had the ability previously to suspend without pay.
Pending the dismissal hearing, so it's like for a tenured teacher, that's a hearing that they would need to request, and then from that point on, you would be able to do an unpaid suspension. So this allows us in those cases before that hearing is scheduled.
So I have a question on this one, which is, the paragraph that starts off with, if an employee is suspended with pay, either voluntarily or involuntary, towards the end, towards the end of what is the new comments. Okay, it says, so in this case, they're suspended with pay, and then they are dismissed as a result of the disposition of a criminal proceeding. Okay, and at that point, they are required to repay what they were for the period that they were suspended with pay, correct?
Right.
So my question on that one is, and in this situation, we have internal policies by which an employee may be terminated, okay, or dismissed, and you have external things by which someone may be terminated, correct?
Correct.
I mean, and it usually would be both, or it could be both.
It could be both. I think this covers those cases when something happens outside of the district, and we would learn from the authorities that has been a criminal conviction. Because normally when there is something and we have to report to the authorities, we have a parallel investigation, and our investigation is typically done sooner than the outside investigation may be. So we don't even learn what the outcome is because our employees, or former employees done by them.
So it's more geared for that, but I guess my question would be. In a situation where it's both. That you find, right, where it's it's a violation of internal as well as, which happens to be criminal, right? You know, the way it's worded is it says the result of the disposition of a criminal proceeding. When we would be terminating an employee, do we put, you know, is there something in there that says this is why they're terminated? Criminal or internal policy or both, or do you follow me?
I understand your question, so, my response would be that we would not necessarily know what the criminal investigation outcome would be. So in most cases, unless that's something that happened prior to our investigation, we received notification that somebody conducted a criminal offense, then we wouldn't be able to include that in our letter. So our letter is almost always based on the internal investigation results. Sometimes it could be DCFS, but that's different from criminal. The DCFS could issue a finding that somebody abused a child, something like that. So our termination would be based on that, but that's separate from criminal, so criminal would be involved as well, but we wouldn't necessarily know before we take action. I don't know if it makes sense.
No, I follow you. Okay. Are there any other questions on this first read? Okay, so this will come before us in 2 weeks as a first read.
And a second.
As a second read. I always get that wrong. Okay. All right, thank you. And our next topic will be, we'll go to instruction. And we'll start with our staffing recommendations for 2024-2025 school year.
Okay, this is our annual presentation. Staffing, we have completed our course recommendation process for our students for next school year. That results in or fairly precise understanding of section next year, and that allows us to determine the FTE, full-time teaching equivalence that we will need in OPRF next school year. Here to present this, Dr. Sanders, Dr. Fiorenzo, so Parker, and Sandra Newman. So I will turn it over to, I think, Roxanna to get us started.
Yes, so just as a quick overview of what you received in the memo is the overall picture of FTE in the district. And so we provide a little explanation of how full-time equivalency is calculated for our faculty, because it's a little different than everybody else. Most full-time positions is either 8 or 7.5 hours. For faculty, it's actually teaching 5 periods. I will focus, we will focus our discussion today specifically on faculty, because that's the only area where we experience changes for next year. And these changes are primarily due to the increased student enrollment, but we will go into specifics, and I'll ask my colleagues to talk about the increases in their areas. Just to provide background, last year our FTE for faculty positions was at 228. for our population of 3,234 students. So for next year, we already know we will have 105 students more, and we are asking for an increase of 1.3 to our classroom positions and a 1.0 for our non-classroom support positions. So we will start with special education, where an increase is projected at 0.7. So Angelique, you can speak to that, please.
To speak specifically to the increases, there was an increase of 1.2 in co-taught, a request for an increase of 1.2 for co-taught classes in math and science. And then 0.8 in instructional courses, and those courses are what could be considered self-contained classes, which have a lower class size, which could require an additional number of FTE.
Thank you. And now we will go to general education. In general education, the total increase is 0.6, and I'll ask Dr. Fiorenzo to provide more details.
So before I explain the content areas where the increase came from, I just want to refresh the what I stated in the board report, which is there's 4 main reasons for the increase in FTE even at the 0.6. And those 4 reasons are due to the increase of the incoming freshman class. We 2 years ago reduced the class sizes at the freshman level to 24 seats in a class, and sophomores 25. So that is creating now an increase of students, the need for more FTE. Our ELL program requirements, as I've shared a few other times, is requiring that. Our college and career pathways, so we're working really hard to increase the number of pathways we have that are attached to an endorsement for our students. And what we're finding is that some of those capstone courses we haven't built them out long enough yet to really have enough substantial student interest to have those classes at the seat size, which we usually want all classes to be at least 12. So we are running some of our capstone classes at less than 12. However, if we cut those, we will actually inherently cut that pathway and that opportunity for sometimes senior students. And then the last reason is the expansion of our AP courses, which we've expanded to AP seminars, specifically in AP research. So as you can see, we have an increase in history, specifically because of the rise in students as freshmen, 68. We have added the EL US history course to accommodate the ISB requirement. In science, we have added, as I shared, the AP research class, which is creating a need for FTE. In math, we are moving along in our integrated math proposals, so we have now Math 2, and the fleet of classes that goes with Math 2. In addition, we are still running geometry to catch some of the students that need that before we close all of that out. And then in PE, as a result of the increase in student population, we need more freshman PE courses.
Thank you. So now we'll go to instructional support or non-classroom positions. And just for the background, these are positions like social workers, psychologists, speech pathologists, 504 coordinator is among that category. So we have current allocation of 5.5 FTE, and specifically due to increase, 504 needs, we would like to request an additional psychologist position. And I know who wants to start. Linda?
So the birth of this request actually started because we were trying to address our ever-growing 504 plan number in terms of the need for initial evaluations and assessments, as well as revals for that. We have one person who's currently doing that. And within the report, you saw the growing numbers from when this program started at the school to now. They're currently at 404 students, projected to be at 427 by the end of this school year alone. And having one person trying to manage that is becoming problematic. But as we were speaking about the need here, we wanted to be a little bit more strategic in terms of how could we not only help with the 504, but also have some systemic change within our school programming for general ed sped together. And so we actually morphed it to where you're seeing it presented now. And I'm gonna turn it over to Andrea and then I'll take it.
And I'm gonna speak specifically to the role the school psychologists would play in this. So we currently have 4 full-time school psychologists employed at the school. We have 5 PSS teams. This would allow us to have a psychologist assigned to each PSS team. And then we would divide the 504 responsibilities amongst the 5 PSS teams, along with some of the additional things that the school psychologist added to the PSS teams are their problem-solving skills, ineffective academic and SEL intervention implementation, understanding district child-find obligations, interpreting psychological assessments, including neuropsychological reports, providing support to students who have experienced hospitalization, and then administering assessments to gain additional knowledge on what interventions would be beneficial. And on PSS teams, these critical skills would ensure that we're servicing the whole student and monitoring the effectiveness of interventions at a student level and supporting the root cause analysis when students are demonstrating early signs of academic and emotional challenges.
So this is a unique opportunity because we've never had psychologists who were sitting with our social workers, our counselors, and our deans on a team. And so having them equally there allows us to now merge 504 with the special education world in the sense of sitting at that table so that we're talking about all students together and servicing all students together. And then it's a more equal distribution of the 504 plan labor, because then we would have the psychologist that is necessary who could do it for each team, as opposed to needing one psychologist who's doing all of them for every team. And then our 504 coordinator would be allowed to do some of the management work that's necessary for keeping those students, making sure they're receiving their modifications and accommodations, and just working with parents as well.
Thank you. And just in summary, I'd like to say a few words about the overall impact on our EBF adequacy target. So currently we are funded at 135% adequacy target, and so the addition of this requested FTE wouldn't have any significant change on it. So the overall impact on district's funding level is projected to be at less than 0.3% increase. We provided a specific breakdown for the position with fall. According to the EBF model, that's a core teacher, specialist teacher, special education teacher, and psychologist. And the overall cost, including benefits, we estimate to be at $199,000. So we will bring these recommendations for the board approval at March 21st board meeting. And so the recommendation is to approve a total increase of 1.3 FTE for instructional positions, 1.0 FTE for instructional support, as a total estimated cost of $199,000. Are there any questions?
Questions? Grant?
So this represents the extent of all the new hiring you expect to lead with regard to instructional staff for next year. Okay. I'll just say I thought you did a really nice job with this memo, and I like the data that you included with it. And I like that you have targeted your new FTEs in an equitable way towards students who most need additional supports. And lastly, I noted, just doing the math, you're projecting an overall increase of 0.29% to salary and benefit projections from this, but that's commensurate to a 3.2% increase in students. So you've done very well with this plan. Thank you for the report.
Brand just had to say, but the one question I would have is how this relates to our budget. Is this within our budget or is this in addition to? Sorry, Tony, you gotta come on up. Yeah, sorry, Tony. And then we'll be back up in a minute.
Go to the podium.
We are still in the budgeting season. So I can't say for 100% certainty if it's into the budget. When it came to the projections themselves and looking at what we were projecting, we are looking at this changing things by 0.2% of our fund balance. So it's not a substantial hit on our fund balance itself. This is the type of dollars that across a couple things that if it became this razor thin, which we don't project, that it will there'd be ways to balance this out.
Great. Thank you. Question? I think I have a couple. So I have a couple statements or perspectives.
Start by saying it's a really nice haircut.
You like my haircut?
I really love the haircut. Just wanted to say, I got waiting for an opportunity to say it.
That's right, because I'd like to now give you a haircut.
That's great.
Yeah, because I don't recall the time that I've sat here where it's been coming forth with our FTE reduction requirement. Okay, so that's the movie I haven't seen. So I'm I'm gonna start. My first question is really the cornerstone to this, which is enrollment. Okay, and we sat here on or about July 20-something with an enrollment model that, you know, was for the first time showing a reduction in enrollment over the next 3 years of a couple hundred students. It showed an uptick this year of like 30, and then some pretty good steps downward. And so as we talk about staffing, I want to make sure that we're looking long-term and not putting on resource and then finding that we have hired on and now we have a reduction in enrollment. So what my questions out of that are, first, you know, there is I don't know what the statistical significance, but a 30 student uptick in enrollment predicted and 105 achieved. So that's a data set that says we're a little bit high than what we thought. So my question is, have we looked at the next couple years? And do we have any thoughts on what that is and as it relates to enrollment?
The one piece I'll answer about with the 1.0 with the psychologist is based on students already in the building and those we acquire with 504 plans when they come to us. So our numbers continually are climbing off of that demographic. And it's not necessarily tied to who we're enrolling. Like those students are coming from their institutions with the plans and the ones who request them once they get here.
Really, I just want to add to the 504, there's just an overall trend in the nation of an uptick in 504s, and so I don't think that would be necessarily tied to enrollment as well. So
I'll get to 504s. That's number 4 on my list. But let's start with it.
So I will similarly echo what he said is the difference between last year's total student enrollment and this year's total student enrollment is 105. So there's 105 more students next year. What we are noticing is a specialization needing to happen across certain programs. So ELL are programs we need to have, and they're not going to have 27, 28 kids in a class. They're going to have 10, sometimes 9 kids in a class. as we continue to build out our CCPEs, our college and career pathway endorsement opportunities. Those classes that sit at those capstone classes, which are critically important to then getting the endorsement. Our Grow Your Own program that we are really working hard. Over 60 students sit in our elementary and beginner education programs. Once you get to the capstone, we have 10. If we cancel those classes, we will crush the Grow Your Own program before it really gets started. So the AP classes, while they are substantial, some of those classes require smaller sizes due to the nature of an AP class. So some of our classes are just so specialized. Some of our programs that we value and believe in are going to take a few years to fully see full seats sitting in those classes. And so I don't know that that can be as easily measured against enrollment as some of our other accounting classes.
And just to get back to Tom's question about the difference between the projection model and what we have now, I would say by definition, it's a projection. Right? So there are some assumptions put into it. We know, for instance, our EL population increased due to migrant students, so that's one of the reasons why we have an increase. What are the other ones? I'm not quite sure, and how it will project into the future, we will have to take it year by year.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add, exactly this, and I thank you for sharing that. I think it's hard to know, right, from year to year, why you see these little fluctuations. One data point that was interesting when we did our look at why the numbers went up, or what exactly are the numbers that increased. 105 students, as we said, are expected to be added to the school next school year. 68 of them, I think, if I get my number right, or it's not, 68 of that 105 are incoming freshman students. And so the bulk of the population increase is from our freshman population, and that's good to see. So what does that mean for future years? We have to do those projections again, right? Kind of revise assumptions and go after to get a really precise answer to your question. But where we have specific decisions we made at the course level, we made specific decisions, of course, about supports, and we see that this is really a freshman phenomenon more than any other level. So.
And just to add to it, to what I think what Lori was saying, that we cannot just rely on enrollment numbers because we have to take into account specific student needs. Andrea and Linda also alluded to it, when we have students with special needs, we have co-taught classes, for instance, and that is double the FTE. Right, because it's an FTE on special education side and it's an FTE on general education side. But this is not something that we have luxury of saying, no, we're not going to do it. It's mandated. We have to follow these regulations. So it really depends who these new students that we receive, who they are and what their needs are.
Before we do that, Greg, is there a way to identify the feeder middle schools that are responsible for that increase and to sort of track the delta between expectation and what they're delivering? I think that could be a really interesting, meaningful story, if there is a story there.
I think I was going to add to that. I'm not sure, are we all Oak Park, or coming from outside of Oak Park? Because sometimes families move here to put their kid in high school, or put them in middle school. So there could also be some additional migration happening that has an impact.
We can track that information by feeders. Laura, do you want to speak?
I was only going to say, right now, it's students coming from the feeders.
Right.
But over the summer, we will see, usually it's around 75 students transfer in over the summer, in addition to what we currently have now. They'll be spread out, but a bulk of them are usually freshmen.
Laura, you have, at an annual basis, it's nothing new this year, you build your class sizes every year with the anticipation of that influx. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the numbers we have right now are in anticipation of it.
Correct. Yes.
But Okay, so what I'm hearing is that specialization, there are needs that, based on the needs of the student, require additional resources.
Yes, yes.
Which, I asked the question about what's happened over, I tend to like to look at things over longer periods and not just looking at my finger. And so 10 years ago to today, what the data that you provided says is that I could see better then. We've added 56 staff and 15 students over the last 10 years. So part of that was done in anticipation of enrollment. Back at that point, the enrollment projections were going up. But I assume part of that is, if you look at where they are, they're in affiliated, they're in a bunch of areas, but 56 staff and 15 students. So, we are, that says in flat enrollment, are we gonna continue to do that? Going to Fred's question, which, is the finance question, what does it look like in our model? It's my understanding that our model does not have staffing increases. Tony, is that correct? Quantity of people.
Correct.
It does not have quantity of people. So our model says that if enrollment stays steady, our resources stay steady, okay? Fact says over the last 10 years, enrollment has been steady and staff has gone up by 10%. So there's a miss.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just so I understand this. So when we say that our model says we're not going to add staffing, we're not adding new positions, right? But for example, with this 504 psychologist thing, if we evaluate and find that we are in fact understaffed in an area, right? And that we are not meeting student needs and we were wrong previously, right? In how we did the distribution, do we not want to be able to address that?
Yeah, I'm not saying, well, you're saying, where are we versus adequacy? What defines wrong, I guess, is the question.
I would say the 504s are under supported in my experience, so currently. So that's, and from talking to staff, that is my impression as well, is that they are overwhelmed and in that particular area. So, and that's partly because of the pandemic and the national surge, but it couldn't have been predicted 10 years ago.
The context, thank you for the question, thank you, that's exactly, you're defining the push and pull of this section. And that's really what we're dealing with, and so we aren't, prepared at this moment to give which this question warrants a full kind of accounting of what this FTE is and how it's grown and shifted. I think all of us who have been engaged in the board of this school over the bulk of those past 10 years could point to a few things. Several things which actually just precede that 10-year look, I think, or maybe right as at that 10-year look. There was the addition of a TSS team, right, which was significant FTE there. We made Lori has identified for this year's FTE specific choices that we've made to stay with programs and have lower class sizes. But it's not the first time we've considered such things as we've gone about our staffing needs. Part of the ask of this board and part of what the administration has delivered over the past few years is a lower class size for our freshman year for the purpose of supporting our integrated freshman curriculum. And that's, we saw that next year and that's playing out here. So there are a number of things that play out here. And Tommy, your question was simply illustrating the fact. You're giving us the data.
I'm just giving you data, that's what I'm saying is our staffing model captured in our financial model. Upon which we're making long-term decisions. If it's not, then that gap needs to be assessed. Now, and again, coming to part of the trigger is in the premise that we did have an enrollment model that was showing a decline. That provides cushion that says, yeah, we can, you can do things. If that is not the case, and enrollment is increasing or flat, these things all are dynamic that impact what the impact is to the district. So, to me, there are three things of significance here. One is the enrollment question, because going down is different than going up. And if we said, and again, a decade ago, we said we were gonna go up, and we staffed up to go up, and we never went up significant, okay? Which,
It's important to add something here.
Yeah.
And I don't know the exact staffing addition that you're referencing. Since I've been a member of this administrative team, so now this is my 7th year here. We have never, within 7 years, added staff where numbers aren't realized, in other words, in the way that you're framing it. So the idea is like, hey, 2 or 3 years from now, we expect our numbers to be X. Let's hire people right now in anticipation of that. So I can't speak to prior to the last 7 years. 7 years, we haven't done that. Our decisions here are on the presumption really that we don't want to go above our EDF numbers right now unless there's a specific need that warrants it. And or there's a specific programmatic need that we're speaking to here that warrants that as well. So I don't think that contradicts anything you said, Tom, but I think I want to make sure that's clear that we aren't bringing FTE forward in the anticipation of something that hasn't been realized through our enrollments right now. Our registration. Does that make sense?
yeah, it makes sense, but I mean, I'm just citing some facts that to me are a gap that need to be wrestled with. And there are some of them are unknowns, but enrollment is a significant piece to it. And, if we feel that what is presented is not going to materialize, that's significant. Presented meaning decrease versus increase. So
What I'm also hearing, with the 504, but if I think about the healthcare standpoint and mental health, saw a level of acuity over the past few years that made the staffing ratio be a lot higher for the same given number of patients than the hospital had previously. So rather than having a 1-to-1, you need a 2-to-1, right? Because you're doing that. And so part of what I'm hearing is the equivalent of just acuity or more need from a student standpoint, and how does that fit into the staffing model when you're trying to predict what you're gonna have or what your needs are gonna be from a staffing standpoint.
And I'm just saying, and how does that fit into our financial model?
So
Because
right,
if we're sitting here saying, you got this is all good, but Fred asked the question, if the financial model says that, okay, we're gonna have steady enrollment, which means steady FTE, and then in reality, it's a increase based on factors that needs to be reconciled.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, I think both of them.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, seeing this over a long period of time, for around 8 years now, is that, you would think all things being equal without change within the organization, then you would expect that if enrollment doesn't go up, you keep your flat FTE. I think that what we're seeing is internal changes in changes in needs and the direction of educational programs that require, whether it's in a 504, whether it's in
the capstone classes.
Right, the capstone classes, some of these other things that we've done, a lot of the co-taught classes, kinds of things. So it's kind of a mix within also that is for, and I see that, which is forcing it, and that's why my concern when I asked the question was, has having to do with budget, should have probably looked more, said more about projections, our 5-year projections in modeling. Looks at And so, you know, and that goes back to, you know, the question of your staffing model captured within the, financial.
So I think I'm with you. I think you're basically saying that like maybe there needs to be like an X multiplier or something put into the finance model to allow for an increase in acuity in a certain area perhaps or whatever else. So that we don't get caught short. Is that
I'm saying our financial model
Yeah.
needs to be reflective
Yeah.
of what we are
Doing.
saying and doing.
Yeah.
And, you know, if we need to change whatever we need to change, we can't have a financial model that, you know, I'm listening to this and saying, what are these assumptions? And the biggest assumption in our financial model, the thing that drives the engine is how many students and how much staff. And everything, you know, that's 80% of your costs. And what are those assumptions? And are they reflective of what we're seeing? Is good.
So where in our board calendar do we receive an annual report from the demographer or the retained demographer?
We received the last one I know was July of 2023. And we do not do it annually, we do it every.
I think it's 4 to 5, is that correct? I think it's 4 to 5.
Okay.
I haven't, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's been the cadence, but it's, I would say to me, the cadence has been probably irregular, right? Based on how things were going, you know, whether it was stable or not. So this may warrant, I'm, you know, to me, the first data point out of the chute, it's an estimate, I know, but it's a very important piece of an annual, and so
Well, and I'm not trying to say that, you know, the demographer's report is like Nostradamus and it's banking. But to me, expense per student is a really critical metric. And so that's why I had zeroed in on the fact that you're projecting a 3.2% increase in students, but you're only associating a 0.29% increase in your staffing. Now we have 7 peer districts. And I think as a matter of routine, we show people expenditure compared to those benchmark districts, which we happened to receive in a report 2-3 weeks ago when we got the EDF report back. And we seem to be in pretty good shape relative to those other schools in terms of what we're spending per pupil, because you're right, it's all about the number of kids that you're serving. And I don't think that's a super predictable thing, which makes me ask the question, if you note in your report that we have 105 additional students that we're expecting for next year, how does that square with what your prior assumptions were? Does that number surprise you? Is it more or less than what you were expecting?
No, it's more.
It's more. Okay.
I think the issue here is you got a good product, more people want to buy it, right? More people come build a field. So
How much more and why do you think that is?
Well, I believe it was 30. There was a projection to 105, and so we talked about it. Part of the reason, I don't know all the reasons, but I know there's an increase in migrant students and EL population specifically. You know, I think Audrey said that people move to Oak Park. I know people move to Oak Park for special education services because we have a great special education program, and so that causes FTE increases on both ends, on general education and special education side.
So, but ultimately, I would agree with your point that the financial modeling in Mr. Arbogast's area should effectively, hopefully, be as current as possible on what's really happening in terms of our enrollment demand and the needs of the particular students coming in.
I think that was point number 1 of the board.
I'm gonna get some water.
No, it's two, I only have one other one, which is a link to, so I saw the data on the 504, and, you know, obviously you're citing that as a key driver. And thank you, you provide the demographic data on that. And, you know, I was, again, just looking on a racial breakdown, it appears that that is actually much more towards our white students, right? Like 70%, which is, so it's our 504. So coming to the comment in terms of when we talk about our equity analysis of resources, are we, in supporting that, are we misaligned with our equity focus?
I'm gonna say, are we or are the people?
In supporting this, is this, you know, if, when we talk about the work that's going to be done, how does this fit in with the?
I definitely think there's a larger conversation that's at need for it, because a 504 is based on a medical need. Like, pure and simple, it's not an IEP, it is for students who have a medical need that has to be addressed so that they can be at par with their average peer in school. So it is not to accelerate on an SAT or to have extra time on tests, or it is for them to be able to compete at the same level of their average peer. And in doing so, sometimes that is interpreted in different ways for people who seek them, and it takes a process in terms of the evaluation and the assessment, which is the need of the psychologist to make sure that need exists for what is being asked for or what is being determined.
I think it's also just worth sharing out that serving our students equitably is something that is absolutely defined in a large part by race, in ways we've talked about it before, but not exclusively, of course, by race. So there are, you know, serving our students equitably is across our spectrum of students, and in some ways that's what you see.
And what I'll just add, which is coming from the Apple meeting on Tuesday, where the topic really was looking at 504s, looking at IEPs and helping parents understand. What I'd say, where I see some of the equity needs, and gets to what we're doing around communications and engaging parents, is that sometimes parents at home don't know about these. They don't know what they are, they don't know how they work, they don't know to really push for their kids. And so I think that, to Linda's point, kind of broader conversation, I think that's part of it as well when we think about this.
As well as what it used to be it's a stigma sometimes in the Black community to have a special education or a 504, because it's a label, versus what assistance it can help you in the school to have.
There is also, just since we're in the midst of a complex conversation on this, there is something to be said about exploring access and use of 504s versus IEPs across a school's population. I would imagine that if you took a look at a school district like us, you mentioned our comparative a few minutes ago, what you would find is a very similar racial divide in the data of who is identified with an IEP and who is identified with a 504. Now, we haven't done that study, but everything in conversations I'm having with, you know, with other superintendents, and I know other folks on my team are having with people in other districts, they show that. Why is that? What does that mean? Those are great questions that really need some looking into.
It's also in economics, cool, but in economic equity issue as well. You know, there's a lot of data on lower income families are not as likely to seek out these services and or know about them. So it's also obviously a communications issue as well. So, but I do think that it's a serious equity issue on several levels that we need to tease out.
So I feel like I have a different understanding of 504s than what you explicated, and I may be wrong, but this is from talking to pediatricians who work with this. So I feel like we maybe need some if the board can maybe use some education on this, so we know what we're talking about. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the best format for that is, but I'm confused right now.
Yeah, we'll be happy to have those conversations.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay, now that I've got you confused, I'm done with my question. Those were, but I mean, this one loops back because if indeed, you know, there is underrepresentation or whatever, it means that the needs may grow. And again, how does that fit into what our staffing forward projections are? That one's independent of, you know, as you said, independent of necessarily changes in our enrollment, right? It's so these are.
And I did have a question to put into that conversation too. It's like some of the things on 504 is like extra time. You know, I wonder whether there's any school framework for putting in requests for those that don't necessitate like qualifying as an official 504. So that makes sense, right? You know, I mean, it's sort of like, to give you an example from elementary school, right? Like my son has ADHD and he, you know, got you know, time in the gross motor room and so on and the like as part of his IEP. But I remember thinking at the time, I feel like half the second grade class could probably use more movement, right? And you know, he needed it more than some of them, but still, I just wonder what frameworks we have beyond these, you know, legal disability categories of IEP and 504 that, you know, have a whole set of reporting, et cetera, requirements that maybe, you know, and speaking to the stigma, et cetera, like if there was a way to say like, and I think my anecdotal, what I hear is that teachers often do that, but the problem is that when it is that informal, it is then left up to the judgment of the teacher, et cetera, so on, and there isn't a clear pathway, and then you end up with access issues again, right? Because some people will know to ask and other people don't know to ask. This is at the library, this is what the going fine free conversation was about, was because you know, middle class, upper class people knew that they could go and talk to the librarian and say like, oh, you know, can I get a reduction on the fines? And often working class folks would just stop going to the library, right? They wouldn't know that it was a possibility to have that conversation. So that's the kind of framework to ask the parents conversation.
Okay, so this will be brought to us in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, based off of this conversation, we will bring this to the board in 2 weeks as is for our request. We don't see, I don't hear any need for significant, well, for changes, period. Right, okay.
I'm saying. I wasn't moving. Did you see that? That right. Yeah, my haircut.
Did you get the note about my haircut?
It does look nice. Looks real nice.
You know, Jonathan, Fred, nobody talks about hair.
Yeah.
You know how it is. I'm like, bro, I put this over in the cell.
My daughter used to over here. I miss it. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna cover the English learner programming, and then we're gonna take a brief break, and then we're gonna get into the finance. So it's yours.
Okay, so as part of our continued effort to improve and enhance our ELL programming for our ELL students, we're bringing forward 2 course proposals for next year in addition to what we already have. That is ELL Phys Chem and ELL US History. Questions about those courses?
Questions by board members?
Fabulous. It's nice to be out here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Get out there, run quickly.
I'm trying.
You should have your stuff. Thank you, Lori, and we will now take a 5-minute break, reconvening at 9:20. Oh, I guess we got these guys here. We'll skip along. We'll skip to finance, first. We'll come back to governance. And on the governance, so on the finance agenda, we have approval of the project 2 bid results. So Dr.
Yeah, you know what, I actually haven't done this for the previous ones, kind of skipped past it a little bit, but I am gonna highlight right now that this is. We're really happy to bring our bid results forward for project 2. This is in alignment with strategic plan priority 4, board's goal F1D and district policy 4150. And with that, analyzing setup, I turn it over to Mr. Arvidas.
So coming forward today, you'll see the results of the bids for project 2. We had a very encouraging bid day. We had, remember, previously we had set a control budget of just under 102 million. In that control budget, there was just under $81 million of total projects that were bid. That would be the bid packages plus the contingency and escalation amounts that were factored into those packages. So really that was our number, that 80.6 million is where we were looking to come under. That was our budget. We had clauses in our contract with Gilbane that said if packages or if the total came in over 15% higher, that it would be redrawn and rebid out, which would have been a much different, more difficult conversation given bid schedule and what they would do to the project timeline. But we came in at a estimated bid total of 79.352 million. The reason I say estimated there is one in the grand scheme of things, small package for this project that we did not have any bidders bid for. It is athletic equipment such as basketball hoops and curtains. The budgeted amount is just about $300,000. In doing our research with companies we thought would submit a bid, we had scoped out the product to be Porter systems, and Porter limits the installation of those systems to one company in the state. They didn't get numbers back from Porter. They're a good product, but there are other products that many other school districts use. We met with our athletic director, opened up the product line a little bit more, and we will be opening that bid on Monday. We are holding that budget steady. But I just wanted to make sure you know you have one bid package that is still to be bid out. But given the the undertaking, even if that bid was to end up a little bit higher or lower, it would not change on the end result of coming in under our control budget. So what we'll do is we'll walk through what all these numbers mean, and then one of the things that comes out of this is the board gets to decide then kind of the next priorities on do we want to add some of the alternates that were bid into the project or not. There's always a benefit to doing them and to not doing them. So we can talk through those and field any questions that you have. And I'm going to give control of the clicker over to Jeremy.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So Tony kind of gave us a summary here, which aligns with the first slide. Of those 29 bid packages we took bids on February 16th, we received a total of 87 bids, which was pretty good coverage. Overall, we had some low packages, we had some high packages up and down, but we're really happy, as Tony said, with where the bids came in overall. We have conducted scope reviews following that bid opening. Jake and the team here conducted scope review meetings with each of the low bidders, sometimes the second, and in one case, the third low bidder, to make sure that the bidders we were recommending had the full scope of work as laid out in front of them covered for us to make our recommendation to you guys to award. As Tony said, we had the one bid package 11A that did not receive any bids on February 16th, so we expect bids on Monday for that. And we will update the recommendation to award with that bid amount for the meeting on the 21st there. Throughout the course of the scope review meetings, you know, the intent of that is to weed out and make sure that we don't have bids that are missing major scope. We identified 5 contractors that were the low bids within their bid category that did not have the full scope covered. Major misses, $1 million, $1.2 million here and there. So some pretty big stuff. We obviously couldn't do anything with that. We can't alter their bids after the bids are opened and read aloud. So we were forced to move to the next bidders. So we are, with our recommendation to award, we're recommending to allow those contractors to withdraw their bids at no penalty and move on to the next bidder. So the recommendation to award covers that. There are letters from each of those contractors within the recommendation to award letter. Kind of looking forward to that March 11th or to March 11th, we do expect the bid on Monday for the athletic equipment package, and within the amounts that I'm going to show on the next page here, that we are carrying a $300,000 estimated value for that bid package. Yes.
Can I ask a question? You said those that were low bidder that didn't have scope.
Yes.
Were allowed to remove their bid without penalty. Do you have the right? I mean, you can't, I mean, if it were one bidder, I mean, what provision do you have to penalize or?
Yeah, so all of the bids did submit a bid bond, a 10% bid bond, right? And that's meant to keep their bids honest and complete. There is the option to pursue the bid bond. It does cover, I believe it's up to 10% of their bid to cover the gap between them and the next bidder. In our experience, we don't recommend doing that because what it does is it forces, in many cases, it forces them to take the bid. That is the bid bond being pulled on them. It penalizes them and doesn't allow for them to publicly bid work because their bond rating drops. And in turn, it puts them into a contract that we know they're way behind, right? $1 million on a $2 or $3 million package, you never make that up. And so from our perspective, to put somebody in that situation, it doesn't make for a good start to the project. We have to make sure that they're not cutting corners. They're always looking for a way to make things up, and it just, the end result, the end quality is not what we're looking for. We want to make sure that when we're recommending to you guys to award packages, we're recommending complete bids, contractors that are fully in this project and want to execute the work with the highest quality that you guys deserve. So we recommend allowing them to withdraw their bid without penalty.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's a learning experience for them. Right.
Yes. I think all of them wish they had the right numbers, right? It's a very exciting project. Many of them were very disappointed when we find that, but that is unfortunately the purpose and the intent of a scope review. The next slide here is a budget update, and this is, Tony talked a lot to this already. So the total bids, and you have the full expanded version of this in your board packet, but the total bids, subtotal construction costs came out to that 79.352 million. And you may notice the escalation and the construction contingency are now zero. The design is finalized, the bids are mostly in, all but one. So we have zeroed those out, and those numbers come above the line because the escalation is incorporated within each bid package for the duration of the project. And that is something we verify, Jake. One of the questions many questions Jake asks of every contractor when we do our scope reviews is, do you include escalation for the duration of the project? And the answer to every one of those was yes, for all 29 contractors to date. We are still carrying a construction contingency of 1.775 million. That number was previously higher. We did, as we previously discussed, We incorporated some of that 5% construction contingencies that was held at the 90% CD into the trade packages as trade allowances, miscellaneous allowances that the expenditure will be reviewed on a weekly basis in our weekly meetings, and then further communicated to you guys on a monthly basis in our formal reports. That $1.775 million contingency is an owner control contingency, and any savings on that comes back to the district. So there's nothing there. The trade allowances that we put into the bid packages, they total about $2.2 million. There again, any savings on those allowances is not contractors to keep, it's not Gilbane's to keep. That money comes back to the district at the end of the job. So the allowances are meant to keep the job moving, keep progress moving. As unknowns are come up, as they're bound to happen, we're allowed to move forward without holding things up, waiting for the next board cycle.
Just, can you define what the trade allowances would be versus a contingency?
Yeah, so within each package, we haven't narrowed them down for any specific reason in most cases. There are a couple like floor leveling or moisture mitigation of floors that are pretty specific, but most of them are just general allowances for miscellaneous work. However, whether that be an unforeseen condition, maybe within our documents, we had a scope gap. Again, it's a miscellaneous allowance for anything that's needed by that trade contractor. Again, we're an open book. We do communicate every dollar spent out of that allowance with the team, and we track it. The other benefit to putting it in their bid packages that we find, anything that comes out of that allowance, they don't get any overhead and profit on. They don't get any bond markup on, as opposed to a change order that may come out of the contingency or other funding source. They would add 10% overhead and profit. They would add, 1 or 2% bond typically. So that puts that number into their bid, and they don't get that markup when we first utilize those funds. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you'll be reporting on that, so we will be able to see that value over the life cycle of the project.
Yes, we will.
By trade.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We've held the balance of this report here. We've held the indirect costs, which is Gilbane's costs, our reimbursables, our fee, the insurances. We've held that number the exact same as presented at 90%. We've also held the owner costs, the soft costs at $9 million, consistent with what was communicated at the 90% estimate. So as Tony mentioned, that brings us to $100 million just about 0.6, and about a savings currently of 1.3 million. So it's a pretty good story. That's about 1.3% under the estimated value. Which is really where we want to see it. As a company, our estimates, we really target it to be within 3 to 4%, and that's a plus and minus, right? So when we come in 1.3, we know that the value engineering efforts that we went through extensively in design development and early construction documents was 100% worth it. We were spot on with our targets and our estimates there. So I think that's a good story. And as Tony mentioned, it's going to afford this board the opportunity to review and possibly accept some of the alternates that we're going to talk about next. So I'll jump into that. I know Allison Sternquist with FGM is on the phone as well, and she can help me out on any of these alternates that I get stuck on, or you may have questions that I can't answer. But we're going to start with, there were 5 bid alternates in total. Really, there were 8. Some of them had multiple parts. Alternate 1 here was the communication stair. We've talked about this before. This is a stair that would be placed in the center of the building. It allows for easier access to the pool balcony seating. Rather than going to one of the stairwells on the ends of the building, you would be able to go straight up that stair. It also has this circulation desk that you can see in the top picture here. And the other thing that's noteworthy about this, and I believe it was distributed in the board packet and the alternate explanation, is highlighting those stairwells and the access both to the pool balcony, but also to the concession stand that is on the first floor. So concessions for the pool, balcony seating area is on the first floor, adjacent to where that stair would come down. And that would just afford easier access without traveling to the ends of the building. However, this is the biggest alternate, or one of the biggest alternates. I guess there's a roofing one that's larger. The cost to add this stair to the project would be $457,873. All right. Alternate 2 then is the expansion of the trainer's room. So this would utilize the abandoned locker room near the west pool and expand the trainer's room. The existing trainer's room adjacent to this space would stay. It's much smaller. Basically, in this space, we would be removing the lockers, removing the concrete bases, adding a single user toilet room to this space, some lighting alterations, some fire alarm modifications, and some paint to the space, patching the floor. The cost to do this conversion is $235,000.
Do you know what roughly the difference in square footage is to what's there now? What would be compared to what this would be?
I don't have that for you offhand.
Yeah, how much more?
3 times, 4 times is big.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
So I don't have the exact number on hand right now, but the existing one is probably about a quarter to a third of this space. It's a very small space right now. So this space expands significantly what could be used for tables and things like that. The existing hydrotherapy space would probably remain as it is because it's got the plumbing available there. But this allows more space for the cardio and the taping. And I would say, so yeah, you're probably quadrupling, at least tripling, if not quadrupling the amount of space that you have for the trainers by doing this. And it's a temporary solution until Project 3 comes on board that allows to do the space that's truly designed for it like we were doing before, but it is significantly improving what they need, because the biggest thing that we heard all along was the space constraints that they have for how much use this space gets.
And we can get that exact square footage before the next board meeting for you.
All right. So then alternate 3 is a 3-part alternate. There's an A, B, and a C to this. So the very first piece is to include epoxy floor finish around the pool deck and the hallways leading in and out of the pool area. It's highlighted in this pinkish purple color up here. It's really the largest of the spaces to receive epoxy flooring. For the base bid, that would all be brushed concrete. The alternate here is an add of $151,872 for the purple area.
I'm sorry, is this a functional improvement or is this an aesthetic? Like why would we want to spend this?
I would say a little bit of
It's
both.
both. So this there's definitely an aesthetic aspect to this, but it's not purely aesthetic. We probably would not have included it as an alternate if it was a purely aesthetic thing. It also is from a maintenance perspective. There's a significant benefit to this over brushed concrete. It's much easier to clean. It also protects the slab below by keeping the water away from the slab. So there's a lot to this one that from I would say the recommendation of why there would be a good reason to do it is mostly related to the maintenance and the protection of the slab, that it's a kind of a watertight barrier above your slab, and then the aesthetic purpose to it.
Thank you.
Does it impact the life at all? I mean,
I would
Yes, absolutely. I would say, I mean, by protecting the slab, it is extending the life of your slab, but not a significant. Yeah, Jeremy, I'll defer to you on that.
Yeah, I suppose it would protect the concrete longer. The biggest thing is, any staining things like that. Once it's in the concrete, it's not coming out, right? So, and that includes during construction, so we would have to take pretty drastic measures to protect that concrete slab that gets poured very early in the process. All the way through the end of the project to turn over a nice concrete floor versus this here affords us the opportunity to cover up any spills or things that may happen, you know, accidentally during construction.
So the alternative to this is to leave a concrete floor.
Correct.
Which I'm assuming would have some kind of sealant to it that would be maintained on a regular basis.
Just a clear sealer, correct.
And redone or.
Yep.
Or enhanced from a regular period of time, it's 5 years, 10 years.
Correct.
And that's an area where when we talk about I heard from our internal team and Jeff and Kurt here that the maintenance of it and cleaning of the epoxy flooring is much easier than that concrete, and because there's less of the long-term maintenance like that has to be done versus the polished concrete.
Yeah, I think it's important, and when you're asking really the basic question is, you know, when we're looking at these things, is we need to know the benefits.
Yep.
We don't care about the futures, okay? We need to know what is the actual benefit to us. So as we ask questions, I think please keep that in mind.
Yep. All right, so part B of this alternate 3 epoxy flooring is the areas highlighted in blue, which is the locker rooms on the first floor surrounding the pool. So there's a total of 8 spaces there that were this alternate is proposing to change from, again, brushed concrete to epoxy flooring in those locker rooms, and that cost is $28,457 on that. So same kind of principle there. And then the last part of part C of this alternate is kind of some pool support spaces really in the basement, first floor and second floor. And it's really the restrooms associated with the pool area. The cost there would be $49,966. Those are currently called out as sealed concrete in the basement.
And you know, it's 3 different alternates or 3 different ABC, but I mean, would you do one and not the others? I mean, you're gonna have a mismatch, right?
You certainly could. I think our recommendation is to do all 3.
All or none.
Yeah, all or none, which it was a hard, I remember that was a hard thing to cut out of the pool area, was the epoxy flooring, initially, so.
Yeah.
And just to put a little bit of background to it too, part of the reason it's bid out in 3 and not as an all or nothing is had these bids come in much tighter, let's say we were looking at a $300,000 spread instead of a 1.3, then it may be, okay, you know, we can still upgrade a couple of these rooms to the flooring that's better. So it was to provide more choices as we got there.
Can I ask one more question? Let's say we don't do it now, and in 3 years, we want to add an epoxy floor finish. Is that an easy thing to do, a hard thing to do at a later date?
Yeah, so I guess probably the hardest part is shutting down the pool, right?
Okay.
So now you've got to take that pool offline for a period of time, and the space is unusable. So the benefit of doing it now, obviously there'd be cleaning of the deck later to prep the surface for the application of epoxy flooring. But the time it would take to prep and install that and then cure, you would have a period of unusable time within those spaces. So that's probably the hardest thing, and that is one of the reasons we did make it an alternate. Is it absolutely is something you could choose to do in 2 years.
At a later
3
date,
years.
because some of these others, the communications there, I assume you can't add at a later date.
Correct.
Right,
That would be
okay,
tough.
yeah, okay. Thank you.
What's the lifespan of an epoxy floor? I mean, how frequently do you replace?
It's pretty long. Allison, do you know the lifespan or the warranty on the floors.
Yeah, you know, that's something that I want to ask Celeste, the interiors person, to make sure that I don't quote something incorrectly. You know, we will respond with, it's a long lifetime item, but I want to give you the right exact number. So I'll get that and email it over tomorrow.
I believe it's 1 billion seconds.
All right, so I'm gonna move to alternate number 4 then, which has 2 parts. This is the roofing alternate. The base bid is a TPO roofing single ply membrane roof system with a 25-year warranty. The alternate 4A is to go to a single ply also, but a PVC roofing system, which is a higher end single ply membrane, for an additional cost of $55,000. The one thing to note here is currently the school has 2 types of roofing: PVC roofing on the south cafeteria and one other small section of roof. And then the bulk of the school has the derby gum roof system, which is alternate 4B. We knew that we had to cut budget and this was a place to do it during BE, so we came up, we chose to go with TPO. It is a very good roofing system. Both PVC and TPO are heat welded seams. The installation procedures are relatively the same. The material for the PVC roofing is just more expensive, which is the reason for the ad. It is PVC roofing has been around longer. TPO is newer in the single ply membranes. Not to say it's a bad roofing system though. And then the second piece of that alternate 4B is the derby gum roof system. This is a 3-ply roofing system, and that gives you a 30-year warranty. All 3 of the roof types can have the green roof tray system installed, as we're planning to do, in the same installation method, as well as the future PV arrays. No issues installing any of that over any of the 3 of these roof systems. All right, so the cost for alternate 4B there is $529,890. And we saw some pretty big variances on what that alternate B was within some of the bids on bid days.
What is the warranty on the alternate A, the PVC?
25 years, sorry. So that matches the TPO, yes. So base bid and alternate A gets you 25 years, alternate B gets you 30.
And then, sorry, we just redid our roof. It was very expensive, so I'm wincing a little here, but when you say it's a 30-year warranty, does that mean that that's when you would expect to need to replace it, do you think?
Yes.
That's okay, that's basically what you're saying. So
Regular inspection, regular maintenance.
So another $500,000 gets you, can you tell me what percentage that is out of the cost of the roof overall? Did that question make sense? Did I phrase that right?
Yeah, so the total roofing bid, base bid is 1.6 million.
So that means, so so for another 25%, very roughly, you get 5 more years, you get 20%. Okay, thank you. Okay. I just did, I just did my roof.
I was loving that. I'm loving this. You're doing ROI calculations right here live.
Sorry. Come on.
No, you're right. Let's just keep going.
That was my question.
The last of the 5 alternates then is the dance studio operable partition. So this is a motorized partition that would allow the dance studio on the 3rd floor to be split into 2 smaller spaces. You open it up as 1 large space or close off as 2 smaller spaces. That is an acoustically high-end acoustical performing wall, so that you could split the spaces without distraction from noise from the other space, depending on what that was being utilized for. So the cost to install this wall is $283,100. And that includes the supporting steel and everything necessary for the motorization of that wall.
So I understand it's a high-end acoustic wall. I'm guessing that a non-motorized version of such a wall that had to be manually like pulled over on, rolling wheels or whatever else is much cheaper, but significantly less effective or?
I would say it's actually not as much cheaper as you would expect it to be. And the issue that we see with non-motorized walls is mistreatment, misuse in opening them, opening and closing them, and so they tend to get off the rails, out of whack, and then they don't function properly. So motorized, yes, there's maintenance to motorization, right, but it is a little bit more user friendly in the fact that it's put a button, the turn of the key to open and close it.
Yeah. My question on this is, this seems to be one of these alternates. The only one of these alternates that really goes to the operation of the facility. And so my question would be, is this request coming from our programming people to have this? Or is this something that we're just suggesting, hey, we got $300,000, we can put a movable wall in there? Or is this something that they want, that they've asked for?
This was one of the more painful budget reductions that we had to make. So this alternate would be ecstatically received by those in charge of programming.
I think having that functionality to me seems like it's likely going to be very useful to them, right? So can you speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, it just simply creates for immediately more flexibility in the space. And that means that you can have two fairly discrete classes, activities going on in this space without significant interruption between the two. And so, yeah, they wanted this for that purpose. Does that help, Mary?
It does. I can, like where I am right now, the trainer's room to me seems like a clear improvement. And I'm more interested in the functional improvements, and so this also seems a clear improvement. So.
You're getting ahead of your voting.
I'm voting. I'm sorry. No. I guess I wanted to ask Fred to speak out of his expertise in phys ed and coaching to, if he has a sense of what's more significant in those areas. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add, but
that's why I asked the last question. I have a couple specific questions. The first is overall, when we talk about escalation, and it's built into all of these bids. Is there, what if escalation doesn't occur? Let's say escalation has been estimated, I don't know what you're at, 5%, 4%?
Yeah, about 4% per year. So
okay, let's just say that inflation over the course of the project is 1%, and it just doesn't occur. Is that money on your back, or is that just?
That's the risk and the reward, right? Like the escalation.
It's in the bits.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay. And overall, I would say that, I think it's outstanding. We're $1.3 million under. But here's a concept. How would we save that money?
Oh, God, what a concept. He grew up in the Depression.
I was telling about, if I was renovating my house and I had a $200,000 budget and my bids came in at $180,000, I'm not gonna go, I might not be going out and looking for all these other, bells and whistles. The only thing that I personally believe that is mandatory is the trainers. I mean, communications there, we had one in our house growing up. My mom stood at the bottom of the stair and called us out for dinner.
Yeah.
That's a communications.
He's been waiting for that one. Thank God.
No, I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, And that's why I said before, you really gotta sell the benefits. We need to know why we need each one of these, why it's important. I mean, I understand epoxy floors, we put one in our garage. It's gonna last for 30, 40 years easily, it's very easy to clean. It helps in controlling the dust and dirt. But those are the things that we need to know.
And actually, sorry, I'm gonna stop as my last question, but on that telecommunication stair, it, I mean, it makes for pretty photos, right? But the functionality, I guess my question is like, how significant is that functionality of the wider stair? Is that an issue with elderly folks getting to the seating area, or is that addressed elsewhere? I know that was an issue with the way the current setup is. So I don't know whether you can, like, is this going to significantly improve functionality?
So I can speak to that. There is an elevator that, for when you ask about like the elderly and that sort of thing, and anybody with accessibility issues, there is an elevator right nearby that is near where this communicating stair is. What it's going to do is it's going to reduce congestion when you have large crowds that are circulating in that area. It's not a true need. It will, just make things easier, and it'll make a situation better, but it is not a true need.
Allison, follow-up question on that. Is there a student circulation?
Yes.
Impact, and during the school day, what is the impact?
So that stair will probably be there, unless they're coming from the hallways at the second floor, from classrooms at other areas. Anybody coming from the first floor, that's going to be their chosen path up to any spaces on the second floor that they're using, right, such as the other spaces up there. But they have other paths.
Because the stairwells are in the corners of the new building, and so this, it's not. I think that if we're looking at the pretty picture, I think there is a functionality aspect of this that could be important. I think that it would help student circulation. I'm also interested in knowing, so you talked about how it would impact families and fans coming to events in the pool. What about families who are coming in evenings and weekends to use the pool? It seems like that would be the main point of
anyone using the pool is doing that off of the first floor. So the second floor occupant load that would be impacted is truly at that observation gallery when it comes to the pool. So it would be an access for them, but anybody that's using the pool is accessing the pool from the first floor.
And just to go back to students, so if students are coming for PE, they're coming to use the pool for PE, they're going to the locker rooms first to change, and then they're going to the pool. If they're coming from the north, they're likely coming across that main east-west corridor, and the first thing they see, or the main thing they see, would be the staircase, right?
From the corridor, the east-west corridor.
They're coming from the north into that long corridor.
You're talking about at the first floor?
Right.
Yeah, so that's where I was saying, anybody that's coming from the first floor, this is really going to be it will make it faster and easier to get up to the second floor if they need to, if they're coming from the first floor. There is definitely, like I said, that's what they're going to choose, how they're going to do it. Anybody that's coming from the second floor is going to use those north-south corridors that dump into this end of the building.
I just want to understand the question. You're talking about students coming from the existing building into the new building.
Yeah.
Which is every student taking PE. They're coming from the academic part of the building, which is north of the new building.
So that's the framing.
That's the framing. I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of a student. They're coming from, really far away. They've got 5 minutes in a passing period to get to the locker room to change for a swim class, right? And we're asking them to go, to one of the corners of the new building to get to the locker rooms, or we're asking them to go up this alt staircase. That just seems like it actually would get a ton of student use.
In many ways, it'll get a similar kind of use. Obviously the main commons space that you have in your building is a much more actively traversed area, being right at the center of but it's the same type of stair where it's, right there, open, ease of access to some of those spaces, as opposed to going to the enclosed exit stairs in other areas that are a little bit more remote. It's the same kind of thing.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So did I hear the architect say though that that center staircase that we did is mainly to get to an observation deck, or it's actually get to functional areas on the second floor?
If you're asking, it's functional areas.
Okay.
What she was saying is that a parent or family member, or whatever, who would come in over the weekend to get the observation deck would go that route, but that's one defined, very narrow.
Okay. So kind of along Fred's lines, just because we have, 1.3 million, we're finding we don't necessarily have to use, doesn't mean we have to use all of it. Is there a reason to hold some of those funds in reserve? Is there a reason in the bid structures that we should want to do that as a contingency? Or is it more just use it or lose it?
My opinion on that would be, because we've accounted for as many of the unknowns into these bids as we could. Things like what was brought up with floor leveling, what that means is when the concrete is poured and then another, level of the building is put on, that floor is not going to be perfectly level anymore. There's going to be some settling that happens. We've already accounted for the money that comes in and kind of re-levels that floor then on the first floor to put the flooring on top of. The money would then effectively sit as contingency, but it would take a really unforeseen circumstance to have to spend it.
So you don't really think there's a need for contingency, and I use the wrong phrase. It's not really use it or lose it, it's use it or keep it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I feel very comfortable with the number we have in contingency right now. I don't feel that we would need an additional 1.3 million.
Alright, so then just two questions would be, what does Gilbane think is our biggest bang for the buck on that cost benefit question among this list? And after we go that, I'll have one more administration question.
And I have one connected to what we did at Gilbane's, thinking about that. If I recall, these are things that we took out to save money, right? These are things that were part of the original design. So they were put in for a reason, I guess, and I guess I kind of like to understand, because it's not like I didn't see this as we're adding stuff we hadn't already talked about before.
One small clarification before we dive into those questions there. And it's just petty on some of perhaps, but original design is not specific, right? So some of these things were specific to the original schematic design that we were working with a year ago that originally got us our estimate. But some of these things were also added in the design development phase when we were talking with all of our programming people and saying, hey, how about this, how about that? And that kind of blew up the project a little bit. So the source of everything on this list actually goes to one of those two places. Okay,
thanks.
Yeah.
So I guess, in my opinion, bang for your buck, what's the best ones to do? Obviously, the stair has some it eases access, right? And it's a really hard feature to add back in at a later date. The epoxy flooring, I think, is a critical component of the spaces. I think it was a hard cut to begin with. It'll add to the longevity of your concrete and that space. It also has a slip resistance to it. So does the concrete, but again, it's harder to clean. So it's easier to keep your pool maintained and clean, those spaces, if you do the epoxy. I think from a roofing perspective, in the grand scheme of all of these alternates, the derby gun roof doesn't make sense, right? If you. The PVC roof, the TPO roofs are great roofs. I would probably recommend going to the PVC roof, just so that you only have 2 roofing types on this building, not 3. And it's a relatively small cost impact in the grand scheme of things. I think to Fred's point, the operable partition or the operable partition in the trainer's room are really functional spaces. I think those are things that the staff has asked for. We tried to put it in the original bid. We couldn't do it. We made them alternates because we knew there were things that we could easily bid as alternates and you guys could make an informed decision on. If we were in the place to do that, and I think we're here in that position to do that.
So you're describing the benefits of these things, but I'm talking specifically about for what you're paying for relative to the price tag of each one of these things. If you had to rank, what are your top 2?
It's a tough question.
While you're thinking about that, what is the administration's desire or recommendation for these line items?
I'm tempted to say no, it's a tough question, but I won't.
It
is. Huh?
Go ahead.
Well, actually, I'll take the board back actually to the conversation that we had in December. So when we were first taking a look at the potential alternates, for the project, we actually had a bit of a ranking. And there's only one kind of change to that from what we see here. Here's what that ranking was back in December, and I think it still exists. The trainer's room was number 1. All right. What we had second on this was the epoxy flooring. At that time, we had talked about it as a one thing. All right. We hadn't broken that out. The third thing would be the PVC roofing. What's changed from this conversation? And at that point, the 4th thing on that list at that point was the communicating stair. So what's changed? Well, the operable partition was something that wasn't on the list in December because it was part of those cuts. We thought the cost it wouldn't work within what we were trying to arrange at that point. The fact that this is now possible puts it really back into that area, and I'm in agreement really with what Fred alluded to earlier. Thinking about this from a use perspective and from a student experience perspective, I'm saying it that way instead of just simply use. So the operable partition goes up, I think, for our team. And so does that?
So you just ranked it: trainer's room, epoxy floor, PVC roof, stair. That's 1 through 4.
Yeah.
And then where these operable.
And the operable, I didn't clarify where that fits in there. And I don't think we actually re-ranked these as a team to figure out where that goes. So what you're really getting now is not a team consensus. You're getting Greg Johnson speak, and that's I'm one voice in this conversation. But I would put that operable partition up there near the trainer space in the 2-3 categories.
So that's 1.5.
Sure. Yeah, but 1.5. Now, if I can, I want to put some weight on Tim's conversation about this stair, and I want to do that because that is something in previous conversations around this table. It's been something that has been kind of fairly kind of quickly dismissed because it was viewed largely as an aesthetic, and that view is not without merit. It does have a clear aesthetic value to that space, and there's no pushing it out of the way. That communicating stair absolutely will have value, will have egress value during the school day and during major events. When you think about exodus from the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor, when there are major sporting events going on in those 2 spaces, the flow out of the building matters a lot. And anything we can do to kind of increase the flow there is wise to consider. So it is not something that is purely aesthetic. I think any wrestling the board does with the communicating stair, I would really encourage you all to consider that as there is a legitimate functional use there. Now, where the admin would put that within kind of a revised ranking, to go back to your question here. I would need to go back to my team and really think that through. We haven't done it, but I would, I don't think it would be at the bottom of the list again. I would say that, okay? I don't think it would be at the bottom of the list.
Is it fair, Greg, though, that the administration is recommending that we accept all of these offers, that we approve all of these?
Well, they're within the budget for us to do potentially. There is a way to maximize the options that I've listed there. If you exclude Durham, that is a possibility. We were going into this with a $102 million project. But we have one swing at this right now for these items, and we would like to see it done, you know, with these alternates in there. If we had known right off the bat, let me answer that question in a slightly different way. If all of these items on this list are things that we could have been part of what we brought to you for the control estimate, right? They would have been in there, right? They would have been in there for 102. Did I say that clearly enough? Yeah, if all those alternates fit in, they would have been there for that 102 cost.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I think that's really important for us to.
As a board to understand, and I think.
Understand what the recommendation is. That's a follow-up question. I don't want to blow this up, but I'm very respectful of the fact that the administration all along has done everything it could to stay at 102 or below. That was the right thing to do. But tonight, in learning about the divider wall, the dance studio, that to me seems to be a curricular need, a current or future curricular need. Is there anything else in the universe of hard cuts that we made that you would consider to be a curricular need? Because that, to me, that is a completely different category. And it's something that is really important for us to know and consider.
I'll open that up to anybody else, you know, on the team in the back or whatever, to identify anything that I may be missing. To my judgment on this, to my understanding of all of this, I do not believe so. The reason why this was, the board might recall that at one point we had discussed a possibility of a fairly fleshed out fourth floor, right? That could be used for a wrestling space and a variety of other things. And it was in that space that, you know, a partition wall was first discussed. And as we moved everything down and we paired that out, this fell by the wayside. And it was in conversations with our teachers that it did. I want to be clear with our folks who this didn't happen kind of just, you know, behind the scenes. You know, as you take a look at how much things cost and you're trying to get within that 102, we just didn't see how this could fit with our understanding of how that design was unfolding. Now we realize that it can potentially, and so it's entered back in. But I don't. So I'm describing how that specific wall kind of evolved in our thinking. There's nothing else I don't think that falls into that same category. Wrestling was certainly a big one that we had talked about from the fourth floor, but we found a home for that already, right? With what we're doing with the West Pool infill. So there's really nothing else that is an instructional need could be added in here. I see head done the same way. Am I missing anything from other condos, anybody?
No, I agree. Everything else was.
Yeah, one thing I would add to the first question about not necessarily the ranking, so to say, but just you know, not losing kind of the forest for the trees in this alternate conversation would be that for eliminating the derby gum roof, I think if you ask really anybody involved on our end, that's one that it's nice, but for the value, it's not there. For 1.2% of the total project and 1.5% of the bid total, to be able to say you'd have the stair for the egress purposes, you'd have the flooring that is going to make life easier for our custodial staff and our maintenance staff, having the PVC roofing, so we're only dealing with two different types of roof, and then that operational partition. I would say for that 1% of the total project, from a stakeholder value, it would far exceed that. Because those were, when we went back, we looked at these alternates on what were the most, in the trainer's room as well. That one I kind of almost feel is a given our prior conversations, that these were the most painful things that got cut, and we found ways to put them back in as the alternates. So I don't think we did. I hope I've shown over the years I'm not one that just says go spend money, because I generally think there's better ways to solve problems than spending money. But for what we're putting back into the project, I would say you can find value and find a need for almost all of this.
This is more practical questions about the motorized wall versus just a manual wall. Would that require a designated operator to do it? Because let's say there's not motion sensors on it, do you have to have somebody watching the whole process the whole time so somebody doesn't get, God forbid, squished between? I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, is it limited to designated people that can operate, make the partition wall happen, or can anybody do it? Is the first question, and then I would like to personally just see the price differential between the two, just if we could have that as well, just to compare.
I can speak to, you would not have to be, anybody could operate the motorized, and I believe it has a sensor that if somebody is blocking it, that it will stop, and it as a protective measure. So there's not that concern when operating the operable partition. They're fairly common in schools, and and Jeremy, I think you can speak to the price difference.
Yeah, we can get you the price difference. We can certainly look into that and send that via email. It's not a problem. And from an operation standpoint, I don't remember if this one's a push button or a key, but similar to athletic equipment, there is a safety feature built in that the operator, whoever that may be, has to stand there with their finger on the button. It's not just a pushable button like your garage door and it goes. You have to literally stand there with your finger on the button the whole time watching so that, if something or someone is in the way, you are able to stop it. It does also have safety features.
Yeah, I would say that the mechanical system from a safety standpoint is going to be far safer than a manual system. You think about everything from hurting limbs, trying to move the weight of the door, to now you're relying on the user to physically stop the movement of the door to not hit somebody, getting a foot or something trapped. The mechanical really alleviates that far more than a manual system where you're pulling it.
And then just,
Go ahead.
oh no, it's on a different topic.
Yeah, no, I just had just one comment in general, I think hopefully wrap up our conversation. I know there's a lot of talk about, we could say, like, do we need this and need that? There's an element of functionality and beauty. Okay, it doesn't have to be one or the other, and I want a school that kids are proud of, that looks nice, that we can show off to the community, that is both functional and beautiful. And so when we talk about some of these things, for me, they get us both of them. And I don't want just a functional, sterile, filling place. I want it to look good and also be usable. So I hope we keep that in mind as we're thinking about these things.
Okay, I just had one thing, just to switch gears to the epoxy flooring. Just with my own experience with epoxy flooring in my house, it has everything to do with how much traffic that floor has and what type of, if you have boots going over the epoxy flooring, it's not gonna last as long. It's gonna probably be replaced in, I don't know, 3-5 years. Whereas if you have a pool, that would be different. You're gonna have people in flip-flops barefoot and it'll last longer, right? So I just would like more specific numbers around the traffic, the wear and tear given a locker room versus a pool area, and what we would be looking at maintenance wise. Projections.
Sure. Well, we just made on
One last question. Yeah, our communicating stair, this goes to the second floor.
Correct.
All right. Our multi-purpose gym is on the third floor, correct?
Correct.
All right. How does it, is there another case that it would articulate with to go to the third floor? Or,
No, you would either go up one of the north or south end stairwells, straight from the ground floor up, or you could utilize this stair to get to the second floor, traverse across the second floor and proceed up the north or south stair.
so people going to the third floor to go watch a basketball game or volleyball game are really gonna use the internal stairways to go up. They're not gonna, this is just for the pool, basically to get to the pool observation deck.
And the balance of the spaces on the side.
Yeah, the Boston, right.
I'm sorry, this is a finance question. Is it like, let's say we pay for the trainer's room and the dance thing and maybe the communication stair and not the others. This is just, so that's like 815,185 we're not spending. Is it like unreasonable, like you're talking about it in the context of the build, right? But earlier in this meeting, we had a conversation about adding a school psychologist, right? So I'm looking at this and 815,000, and like that's like 10 years of a school psychologist. Is that like a way we should not be thinking about this question? Does this make sense?
I'm tipping into. Tony, I don't know if you want to speak to this differently. The one thing I'll say is that when you're talking about FTE, you're talking about everything that goes into that salary benefits and all that, and it's a recurring cost that over the lifetime of whatever employee is going to go nowhere but up, right? And it's getting more and more expensive over time. These are one-time costs. So it's really important to put them within those two contexts, in my estimation. Tony, you want to speak to that?
Well,
about that anyway too?
No, it's a tough comparison because in some ways, yes, and in some ways, no. Because at the end of the day, it'll pure up dollars, but one thing to consider too is, as we've looked at our different funding sources for this, for example, you cannot use bonded money and say, oh, I'm gonna redefer this $800,000 and use it operationally for a psychologist. That's against the law. We'd get in a lot of trouble for doing that. So there is a certain amount of, when we look at, our bucketed funds by what fund the money is intended for, that does impact.
That's helpful, thank you.
So, in terms of where we are and what we need to do, so I'm gonna try to recap some things and I'm gonna ask you to, okay, so. Overall, because my concern is, and you answered it for Graham, but I wanna hear it again, right, is where can we get hit, right? So as I understand it, we have $2.2 million in trade contingencies that is not in our bids and is meant to cover little things that are surprises. If we exceed 2.2 million, then that's problematic, correct?
We also have the 1.7.
Yeah, I'm gonna go there next. So the second one is I'm just doing them according to the buckets. So that's 2.2.
Just to clarify, that money that's included in the bids though. So that money, those allowances are included in the bids.
Okay, but that's what in the bids that they gave us.
Yes.
Okay. So, but they're there as you said earlier that if it isn't spent, that comes back. I mean, because at one point Fred said if there's inflation, et cetera, so I want to make sure we're clear. That's our money in their bid.
Yes.
100%.
Okay. And so we control that, but it's there's $2.2 million there. There's $1,778,000 in contingency that is earmarked if there are change orders.
Yes.
We need to dictate that it's a change order. We need to approve it as a change order. And that's it. And other than that, we are 100% covered. based on these bids.
Yes,
So we've got $4 million of what ifs, be it changes or trade. That's okay, so that's how much, if we exceed that, then we're in the ugly room, right?
yes,
Okay? And then, if you buy today, we have $1.3 million below the 90% tops that we're looking to spend here, right? Or on the table, so that's the 3 buckets. And so I guess, now to frame it up, because as we have this discussion, I can tell you, I'm a little uncomfortable about, each board member saying, I like epoxy this, et cetera. I mean, we have $100 million project, and we're not talking about the other $98 million that is there, and whether I wanna see this, I wanna see that, and here we're micro getting into $1 million worth of add-ons. So I'm hearing it and saying, how do we want to handle as a board for these add-ons? Okay, I mean, is it that we provide our, philosophy on what we want to do, which is you can spend up to the full amount, or we want to save the money and use it for something else? That's kind of a philosophical issue. Do we want to give and if we say spend it, the criteria? Because I'm agreeing with what Fred said. I mean, to me, it's all about what are the benefits that we're getting that we want to do, and then you tell us which ones best fit that. But I don't know. I guess, are we going to be sitting here shopping and saying, I'd like, I had 1, 4, and each one of us vote. So how do you think we can best handle it?
Fred, I think it differently. I think that the team has put the contingencies in there, the bids have come in below where we expected them to be, and that they see value in the alternatives that are being offered or they're being put up. And the question is that it needs board approval, so that's how I took it. I didn't take.
Okay, the package, but there's a couple up, so if they were gonna make a recommendation of saying, we recommend we spend it here, that's kind of what.
I completely agree with Audrey. I've heard it exactly the same.
Okay.
This is a list of things that the administration wishes they had included the first time around. Now that the bids have come in, they're thrilled to be able to include these. And the administration has said that they are recommending that we accept all of these faults. I think that's the way to look at it.
I'm fine, yes, I mean,
They are
that's.
included.
Good.
Feel strongly about the roofing system.
But you know what, in order to answer that, I'm gonna go to. I base my judgment on the roofing system with a conversation I had with Jeff Berman. Who explained the benefit of that. And part of what he said is what was shared here, is that it simplifies our overall roofing structure. It helps to make it more consistent. I can't repeat for you right now what Jeff shared with me. I trusted his expertise. I don't know if you have anything more to add on there, but based off of that, yes, I believe it belongs in this list.
For the PVC.
Not the dirt job, correct?
yes.
Well, it's because there's 2 different
alternatives.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, there's so many more lists, so you're saying,
It's a no.
Okay.
Oh, I was.
So you're at the
asking about
$1.261 million, is that right?
What's that?
$1.261 million.
If we were to come forth with a recommendation for you tonight, it would be for the 1.26.
Okay, that's, I'm just making sure we hear it, because
No,
there's
that
two numbers on a
I-
piece of
I
paper and I
misunderstood.
texted you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So then, I guess, then our choice is we can either, the recommendation next week will be a recommendation. In 2 weeks, for us to then vote on.
That's correct.
And in terms of asks, one of the asks was is there anything else needed in terms of the clarification on the benefits of any of these items? We've asked a lot of questions. Nope, okay.
You mean any new ones? Or just repeating ones that we already asked you?
Yeah, we've asked for some things to, I mean, the general question is what are the benefits, right? Okay. All right.
I do just want to clarify, the alternates do have a 60-day time period for acceptance, so we're presenting them here for your information tonight. Next board meeting, we'll ask your approval. If there were any to be pondered, you would have the April committee of the whole meeting to then make a formal decision to accept or reject those within the timeline of the bid, so.
Good.
I think what I want to do now then is do a similar summary to what I did at the end of the staffing conversation. And say that based off of this conversation, what I anticipate bringing back to the board is essentially what you see in front of you tonight. Only sharpening up the administrative recommendation, which is the 1.26. I don't know that there's, if I hear it, if there's anything that is needed from the board, by the board for us, tell us now. I don't know that I heard anything. Otherwise, yeah, okay, we'll bring it back as is.
And you're liking this.
This is one of the best meetings ever.
Yeah.
No, thank you. That clarity is helpful.
Okay.
You guys will appreciate it. I really wanted to put in a secret staircase behind my bookshelves when we did our gut renovation. And the operable partitioning stuff was just way too expensive and it made me very sad.
I think
Thank you all.
I think we're set, and thank you very much for your time and for the work thus far, and remember three things. What are they?
On time, on budget, no increase.
Oh, man. We're working, see?
I like it.
That's the test, right? That's. Okay. Our next. We've covered policy.
Yeah, no, I just want to future.
Well, we have governance continued. Bob likes governance, so we want more governance. And really, I just have two questions for the board to really ponder, and we can have a little discussion, but it's to think about, and then we can figure out where it fits in. There have been discussions just in terms of the meeting structure and, the length and the level, et cetera, we go into things. And Dr. Johnson and I have had a few discussions on the topic. And what we're recommending is, I'm recommending is that from a structure standpoint, when as a board, our job is to do two different kinds of work. One is we build, approve policy, certain things that we construct, et cetera, and we approve. We make votes and we decide on things. And then the other big part of our work is once we've decided things, we monitor stuff. Okay? And what happens is that we have continued to spend a lot of time discussing things that really are we've already approved it. We made our decision and we're monitoring it. And I'm using as an example the meeting we had where we had a rather detailed, lengthy discussion on the nuances of curriculum, which are critical to the district, but as a board, we approve that stuff. And so the recommendation that I am throwing out for you to think about and feedback is that in the discussion section of our agenda, it will be for things that are coming to a vote near you. Things that are in the future, we will be voting on it. Okay? Anything that is then most things, I'm gonna say most things that are in a monitor will be in the board packets as informational material. Okay, so that's the general concept. Will there be exceptions? Absolutely, you know, and we need to look at the agenda. I went through a series of agendae to see, and you know, Dr. Johnson did his State of the Union, okay? His State of the Union is you know, we're not voting on anything, but it really is his chance to update us on that. So we will have to pick and choose, but I'm just trying to, and we can establish generalities that say, this is the way we're gonna do it. More stuff in information, and the discussion topics are really what we're gonna have to be rolling up our sleeves to make decisions on. So that's the general thrust of what we talked about, okay?
Immediately clear to everybody, just in case, can I add one thing?
Absolutely. It's an informational or discussion?
Right, it's not for action, I know that. So, what this basically means for us as an administrative team is that if we have something that we want to bring to you, and this goes back to balancing the agendas a little bit, that might be the effect. If we have something that we want to discuss with you, but it's not gonna be a vote, what could this potentially be? State of the district, maybe a strategic plan conversation, maybe a monitoring on an annual basis where it's a big bunch of data and we found something that is big and we want to illustrate that to you in a very kind of public discussive way. That would only make an appearance then, well, it could make an appearance in one of two places, a committee meeting or a regular board meeting under the discussion section. Anything else though that doesn't quite hit that threshold, it's monitoring, but it's not that prominent, or it's a sub-report of a eventual larger annual report like we saw in curriculum, that's gonna be information. There's not gonna be a presentation to it at all. There's not gonna be anything where, you know, we have a slide deck or something like that. It's gonna be there, and if you have questions, you can bring them in, we can email in advance, we can discuss them here in the meeting. They can be for clarity purposes or for, you know, debate, whatever it may be, but we're not gonna tee it up that way at all. And that will have the effect of taking some items off of the committee meeting, moving them over to the regular meeting in the information section. Our team likes this idea, generally, I'll kind of put that little weight behind this. Because it helps to create efficiency and helps give them clarity on what they're bringing forward. I'm gonna bring another board item that this kind of helps thinking about it together, and Graham, I'm thinking of you, but it was Audrey as well, but it was your conversation, I think, early in your tenure here, about our demographic report, right? That is something that would otherwise be information, it checks that information box. However, there were a lot of questions about that because you had ideas and input that you formalized later with Audrey that frankly, it was so new, it warranted discussion, right? It was a new rollout of an old idea. Let's get a little bit more conversation out of that piece. So, you know, in that way, that's where we go. But I think in future years, that would go in information, right? Because we figured that formatting out at this point and you know what to expect. I don't know what you're talking about. But that's how we would operationalize what Tom's talking.
Yeah, two other just things just to tee up about this in terms of discussion versus in information, okay? And one of them is, in some kind of cases, you know, the purpose of discussion is to share with the public what's going on. But I mean, we are a board, and so this is saying we are a board and we will do our board work as a priority versus being a PR, you know, trying to share stuff. So we have to weigh that. The second one in my mind to me is significant, which is. I've seen this stuff 10, 11 times, right? And we have many who have seen it once. And when we have these items that we voted on, and I'll use I'll use curriculum as a specific example, right? Yes, the freshman curriculum was approved and voted on, and this. You're new, how do you get up to speed? Sometimes you get up to speed through discussion. I mean, it's a rehashing and a replowing of a field, but there is a value to those that have not been through it to go through it. And so I'm just saying that would be a give, and my response to that is, we as a board need to challenge the administration in the types of and how we prepare and present information so that minimal is lost. Discussion is value, okay? But in terms of the information, I'm gonna give a specific example. Freshman curriculum, okay? In the update of the freshman curriculum, it should be a summary. It have a board summary. It should have cross-reference to the meeting that had the discussion. So if you're new, you can go right there and say, oh, here's the original vote, and here's what it was, including the notes. So we can bring things together from a material standpoint. But it's gonna be that's gonna be the shift in terms of expectation, and we're gonna have to continue to guide Dr. Johnson, to guide his team, that we're getting the right information so that, for those who are new, we're getting enough of a background so that we can make informed decisions. So it's gonna be, it's gonna be a balancing act. But that's the discussion that Greg and I have had. So I'm seeing a lot of heads nod favorably. And there's nothing to say we just can't begin acting here. This is just, where we plan things. And I look at discussion, the informational is kind of like the consent agenda, right? You have the opportunity at any time to ask questions, and you have the opportunities to pull it and say, I want to make sure we talk about it because there's something in here that is significant, that is timely, that's today. But that's different than what we've been doing. Okay.
Yeah, we basically have not used the informational part of the agenda. So
to its well.
That sounds fine to me, and feel free to rein me in because I know that I tend to get into the weeds on things. So if you're like feel free to remind me, Marianne, remember we're discussing this stuff anymore, right? That's fine. I've been thinking about this a lot, and this whole question of board time with the committees, et cetera, so on. And I had a question about other school boards, because at the board meetings, we do recognition of employees and staff, and we have recognition of student accomplishments, right? And that often takes an hour out of a board meeting. And we did not do that at the library, right? That was not part of the board meetings. And I'm just curious, is this just a standard school board thing that everyone does? And
we added that.
That is Bob's here he is.
The school boards I've covered, it's not standard.
Yeah.
And I guess I want to make the it's lovely. And I can see the value of that they appreciate that the board is there to acknowledge their hard work and achievements, right? I absolutely see that. But in terms of, I'm concerned about the time commitment here, and I'm concerned about who can afford the time to serve on the board and who we are not going to be able to have access to and their perspectives because they can't give up 5 hours every 2 weeks on a day when they probably worked all day. And so I don't know if the bang for the buck is there. And so I just wanted to raise it. I kind of, I sort of assume I'm alone in this, but I wanted to at least raise it. So.
You're not wrong.
No, that has only been in existence for the last 2 or 3 years.
Oh, really?
Yes, that has not been there, and it's kind of grown in its size, so.
I would rather spend our time on the meaty things that they need us for.
And is there better ways to do it, right? So in terms of recognition for students, you know, there are different things that the school holds all the time, you know, kind of who might be able to show up, who might be able to help. I think there could be alternate ways of doing it. At a board meeting.
Can I just say something?
Please.
Yeah, it was not something we did in '97, so it's a lot before, but first of all, so Tom and Greg, your plan was beautifully stated and it's music to my ears. The idea of being just a touch more discerning in what warrants discussion and formal presentation from cabinet members versus what we can read independently, I think that'll go a long way. And that is in the spirit, I think, of maximizing our efficiency, letting us focus on the 20% of items that really make 80% of the difference. And I think over the next year or so, we'll have an opportunity to become a well-oiled machine. In such case, when we are talking about promising community members and anyone on the board, we can assure them this is not going to be, you know, some kind of arduous time sink. The second thing I'll respond to your point, Tom, because you and I have been thinking about the feedback loop to the administration regarding reports, because they do tend to vary widely. And an idea that occurred to me that we can work on as part of our governance assignment is potentially just a template with basic things that a report should always have. So that could be an executive summary, the background, including historical background and links to related material. You are very good at always asking, well, what does this do to the budget? Put this in the context of the budget. I tend to harp on things like, well, how do our peer districts measure up, or we to the peer districts on this point? So I think if we had just a simple template that administration uses as a check mark, just to make sure you address these things, it could be one way to ensure a little bit better consistency.
Okay, I think that's a good add, you know, and we've had various discussions about that, and that's when we added in, you know, what policy, what part of the strategic plan. So we can change how we do the work, and we need to then continue to provide the right template and feedback in terms of what it is that we need so that we can be informed and try to, you know, it's critical because again, having seen it 11 times is different than having seen it the first time, so we need the different lenses to feed back into that process. Okay, good. The other piece to this puzzle is a question that I'm gonna throw out, but I don't expect us to solve, which is strategic plan. Okay? And I'm gonna, you know, and Greg and I have talked about this.
Yeah.
And, you know, what, again, where does that fit? I mean, the strategic plan is the guiding document for the district. The current strategic plan was originated in 2013.
Yeah.
14
voted on.
13, it was sanctioned by the board and voted and was community, you know, was a big to do, and it was approved. So this is the same things approved by the board. 3 years later, it was amended or revised, or it went through tweaks. It was revised and voted on by the board as an update.
And the key piece of that shift though is that there was a new superintendent who really fine-tuned the accountability mechanisms for the different parts of the plan.
So you had a new single employee and wanted to make sure that there was alignment between the board and the administration, okay? I mean, the board, yes. So, and then, I mean, that was 2017.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I think the other major consideration that happened back then was the alignment of all board work to the strategic plan.
Yes.
And if you could not align it to the strategic plan, it wasn't forward. It just didn't come because you're talking about streamlining now. Back then, everything, and then the board got into such deep weeds on things that was not board work, that was really administrative work.
Yeah, so, I mean, but the strategic plan had, the strategic, the mission, the vision, all of that substance has remained, in cement. The main goal there was they were reshaped in terms of, instead of being in one bucket, it was a different bucket, but it was the same focus and work. But, now the administration is adding a new goal, right?
New priority,
A
actually.
new priority, which actually comes from the, our work, which on communication, so it's in our goals, but the fundamental question is, as we talk about process here, is when does the board approve versus monitor in respect to the strategic plan, okay? And there's in my mind, the clear bookends, which is, yes, when you create a new plan, approve. There's on the other end, when you're constantly modifying and updating the tactics and goals, that's administrative, okay? But then somewhere in the middle is this gray area, which is a new, what do you call it? A new priority. Yeah. And does that, where does that fit? So I don't have a magic answer. There's no policy or whatever else that is guiding this. And
to anticipate Graham's question, what do comparative districts do with strategic plans? It's not incredibly consistent. What if there is consistency is when a new strategic plan is devised, and there's a huge community process that's voted on. Shifts to the plan usually don't come to the board for a vote, they come to the board for updates or whatever. But I haven't brought one to the board in my 2.5 years here. And it's why the question comes up right now, right? And there's this other significant change in the priority. Does this come for a vote? Is that the right process at this stage in the game? Does this come to the board for a discussion, either at a committee or a regular meeting? That's a key question, right?
Yeah. And I don't.
We don't have to have an answer now either. We gotta think about this. I have to slap it on information at the next meeting too, and there it is too. So I mean, our team is prepared for whatever path we take.
Do the two of you have a preference? It sounds like you've talked about it a fair amount. Do you are you leaning one way or the other? Are you truly agnostic?
I agree. Do you have a preference?
I mean, as I said, it's that middle area of when we would change a priority or goal.
I guess. No, go ahead.
In my mind, that one should be the board should have some, involvement in, but what does that look like? I don't know.
I guess where I am, this is not a brand new strategic planning process. I'm taking the priorities that I've inherited. I would want to bring it to the board. I would want to get feedback from the board on this plan, so that suggests more of a discussion and information item. But frankly, whether it's voted on by the board is as long as I get clear consensus and we get good feedback as a team, the vote itself is somewhat immaterial, right? For what we do as an admin team. So that's my practical response to your question, Tim.
It's just a coincidence that we're talking about this now when we happen to have received this lovely new infographic.
Yes, not related at all.
When I first saw this, I thought, oh my gosh, she wrote our new strategic plan for the next.
No, we had been working on that for a while, actually, of course. And so that's a revision of the old strategic plan with kind of fresh up goals. And there's more context we would share if we were discussing it fully here. For the years prior to my tenure as superintendent, we really revised even the goals quite a bit, and we're looking to really make them static so that they don't shift over time. Strategies and tactics may change, but we want those goals to be static, and if they ever change, we think that needs to be something that comes here.
And the thinking that I have, again, Tim, I don't have a real answer, but you know, one of these, when we talked about governance. And work that Graham and I are working on, and Graham now has, which is, you know, we'll have our norms. And we'll have then our, you know, we said we're gonna break it out into our procedures. And we can put in there what we deem is how we want to handle it, which is, you know, the board will review the strategic plan, blah, 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 and vote if whatever, that's where we can put it. So that it's not in, we don't have a policy for it, but at least defines how we do our work.
Well, can I suggest that we schedule this for discussion and then make part of that discussion, making a decision about whether or not we need to vote on it?
Sure.
It may be that as part of that discussion, we all decide, you know, we don't need to vote, or we may say we do, and then we'll vote on it 2 weeks later.
Perfect. I think, yeah, I was just trying to tee it up to get thinking about it, but as it's coming forth.
It'll be on the agenda in 2 weeks if that's the will.
Okay. And then the last thing on governance is that we have a, Audrey's really been leading, we'll have work product to bring to the board for a discussion on student, you know, student involvement in the board. So that is reaching the point of being scheduled.
So this board meeting, I'm supposed to, my flight arrives at 4:18 PM at O'Hare. So if all goes well, I'll just come here and it'll all be fine, but you know, plans, who knows? So we're just giving you all a heads up. I'll text you if I can. So if anything is wrong.
Right. So those were the governance topics in terms of updates, and seats. Any questions or other comments? We've got a bunch of other things in play, but I just wanted, so for, and on this one about the agenda, we're gonna start shifting things immediately. So we got what we need. And we'll work towards templates and better feedback in terms of reports. Perfect. With that said, are there any future agenda items? Hearing none, I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, oh, we have a special meeting? Oh, I forgot we have a special. Ready? Let's do this in lickety split time. Ready? It's just the personnel, correct?
It's just personnel.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
Oh, and the,
that's right.
and,
Personnel.
what else? Okay. Ready, Ed? Can't find out where we are. I call to order the special board meeting at 10:59 PM in the boardroom of Oak Park River Forest High School. And ask for roll call.
Ms. Williams-Lee. Here. Mike is dead. Ms. Williams-Lee. Here. Dr. Livingston.
Here.
Mr. Brisbane.
Here.
Mr. Arkin.
Here.
Dr. Maharaj.
Here.
Mr. Brownholz.
Here.
Mr. Kowski.
Here. Public comments.
None.
We have 2 action items. I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, assignment changes, transfers, leaves of absence, returns, retirements, resignations, and terminations.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Brownholz.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Kowski.
Yes, I move to approve the grievance resolution with SEIU based upon the terms received by the board in closed session.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call, please.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Brownholz.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Kowski.
Yes, future items. I move to adjourn special meeting at 11:00 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we're adjourned.